Good morning. Good morning. Today's going to be interesting to see what happens. It looks like we're going to have a little gap up here into the open. So I will be watching to see what happens here. The last time it did this, it didn't take long before it started pulling back, and then it just kind of drifted for the rest of the day. So be careful with this, and this last gap up did not hold. Not to say it won't. Just be careful with it. I'll be looking. I've got some long positions that you know a few. I'll be looking to exit green if it looks like it isn't gonna hold this gap. About to open up here. Roku. Well, my. What's Roku doing this morning? Let's see. 118. Yeah, their numbers were not good. Give it a couple candles here and see what it's going to do. ABBV 8232. So those ABBV 82s, let's see if they've repriced yet. Well, not really. Remember this last gap up that happened on the 4th, and then we just kind of drifted down. So I want to see if we're going to get that same kind of action. Because as far as I know, all they said was that tariffs may be pulled back if a deal is reached. I think that's all. That's all I saw. See, how we're gonna react to that. All right, now AbbVie 82s. Well, we're back to even. I am. And that conversation we had this morning, like Roku's not the right play. You're welcome. Not to say you can't. It's your money. You do You do you. Oh, this is fun. I can't get E-Trade to load a trade ticket. I don't typically have problems with E-Trade, but this morning it is not wanting to behave. All right, now I think it's working. So STMP I wanted to keep an eye on this morning. It's currently green, but look, it has already entered this into this gap up here, and currently, sitting right at this extension, this fib extension here. On the 15 minutes. So I want to see if this is going to get some continuation to the downside. It was down here 77 and we're up at 84. I did set up an alert, so I'm going to be paying attention to that. So Roku took this dip. It's above VWAP here. PB, good morning. Maria is in Qualcomm. Bobby, I'm not playing anything on Roku yet, and I don't know if I will. Right now, I'm just kind of watching it to see what it's going to do. When you get this big drop like that, I am just going to watch it for a minute. The last time we had, a decent drop like this, we were down, under 100. So it's possible that it does it again. But I don't know. I shouldn't say definitely, I don't definitely anything, but on the miss that they had, I don't know about playing calls. It's down 15%, which was the expected move. Gonna pull back here on AbbVie. See what else I'm in that Well, my Cisco 47s are up. $231. What's Ulta at? Ulta's at, let's see, 248. There's Stamp. Just hit my alert. Let's see what Stamp puts look like. How much are these puts? We're at 83. Oh man, those are expensive. For that $82 are 4x6. Wow. Yeah, those are, I mean, the 80/50s are 420 by 530, and that seems really expensive. I mean, you're paying a lot of premium on those. Those are expensive. Being that it's after ER, that's expensive. But look at this, it's the lowest we've seen since that gap up. Chris Price, what's up, homie? What are you doing up this early? I know you don't work. Just kidding. Bobby, who had good earnings? What the hell, cat? So I think there's more downside in Stamp, but I can't recommend that people get into puts. The spread's $1.30, and quite a bit of premium for a contract that expires tomorrow. It's a little mind-boggling. I mean, even the calls are expensive. So there's a lot of juice on those. Roku, I thought their numbers were not good, and that's why I took this big drop. I don't think they had good numbers. I mean, I was listening to it. I was listening to him talk about it last night. There was something in there that wasn't great. They beat earnings and revenue. How did they guide? There had to be something in their guidance or something that made them drop, the way that they dropped. SPY is at 309.20. Customer acquisition cost. That's what it was. Yeah, cost that went up. And it'll be interesting to see this morning how like upgrades and downgrades, analyst opinions, how that changes it, because we were talking about this last night about, you know, the fact that Roku doesn't really do anything, all that unique. And then I saw a couple of headlines last night that was basically reaffirming that, saying the same thing. So, personally, I think this thing is way overpriced, and I don't think they do anything unique, but it doesn't matter what I think. ANET's up 3 points. Nice. I've got commons in ANET right now, and just because I planned on just holding them for a while. I'll go look at that here in just a second. I want to see which direction ABBV is going to move after this drop at the open. You're saying that it will be hard to go to 100? Well, it's Roku, Bobby, and I didn't think it'd go to 100 the last time it dropped just below there. It makes some big swings. I mean, from whatever it was, 140, 150 down to under 100, and then had a huge, bounce back up. The first alert of the day was Goog, and it was the 1320 puts. Little pullback on SPY here. Fox A up nicely. Yeah, the Goog alert. Yeah, I see that. Down 40%. Fox A up nicely. I called that one yesterday. Nice. Nice. All right, we just got an Expedia alert. Roulette bullish. 110 calls for this week. Roulette bullish, 110 calls for this week. Let's see. XP. So it's dropped down this morning, and they're bullish. They're buying calls. It is a roulette. It's not a repeater or rapid fire. Not to say that won't change, but let me go look at that. I want to go look at the flow. Um, 87K. Excuse me. So 87K call sweep on the 110s. 105.46, and it's still dropping at the moment. Let's look at this on a weekly. Did they just report? When did they, or when? Oh, they report what, next week? No, they just reported. More good put. Bobby, Charlie is saying ignore those puts. Falling out of that PM pennant. Charlie's saying that on a bullish day, that to ignore like bearish puts on Goog, because most of the time they're hedges. Or there's something else tied to it. Okay. So what the heck is going on here? So an hour ago, okay, so Expedia stock missed earnings estimates and cut full year guidance and got some downgrades. And that roulette bullish that came in this thing on the weekly chart is at an area of long-term support. So, I could see it getting a bounce here potentially. But given the earnings miss, the guidance cut, and the downgrades, maybe they're thinking that this is overdone. I mean, it's down $30, 22%. But they bought this week, so those expire tomorrow. 110s, those are a little over $6 or almost $6 out of the money. They're not that expensive, but they are $6 out of the money, and they're $1.25. So seems pretty risky to me. J-Bug, currently I'm still in these AbbVie 82s, XOM, and UAA. I haven't looked at UAA this morning. $18.30. Let me go look at those calls. So those calls still got some time on them, and I'm still red on them a little bit, not much, but so as for now, I'm still in them. So I wonder if it looks like maybe XOM is dropping a little bit. Will it be good to get in again now in UAA? This was kind of a spec play because it took this drop on that accounting garbage. And then we had a headline come out that was overdone and followed some flow. So, or no, we didn't have an alert on that one. That was just it being overdone. I think there was a few of us that were looking at this. Let's see. That's on the daily. I'd want to be, if I was buying it now, I'm still red. So, and I'm holding, if that tells you anything. You can still get them cheaper than what I'm in for. But I wanted to give these a little more time, which is why I bought a couple weeks on them. Now, on the 15-minute, you can see on the 15-minute, we're at an area that could be resistance here. It took that big drop down, popped up, and we're about where it stopped on that pop up on the 15-minute chart. So we got to get through that, to keep going. So maybe keep an eye on it right here. If it breaks high a day, then I think we got a good shot for it to keep going. Yeah, so Expedia, I think they're looking for a bounce here at previous support. Roku through VWAP and 30/40 the upside. Yeah, days like today, if you're a newer trader or have a small account or something like that, like days like today, Roku can be pretty tough. But at least for now, it has established this bottom here around 116.70. And between 116.70 and 119.37. So right now, it's kind of shaking out still. I need to take a quick peek at Navi and Exxon because those contracts both look like they're dropping a little bit. What's going on here? All right, Exxon still looks good. SPY holding VWAP here on the 1 minute. See if it holds up. Someone says Netflix looks good. I think I'm gonna get out of some of these Navi calls. I have 2 strikes. I have the 15s out to December 20th, and I have some 1250s left. What was the news on Tesla? You gotta be kidding me. Anybody know? Something about their credit. Credit rating upgrade. Thank you. Let's look at QCOM. Just had a big dark pool print in Qualcomm. Let's see, what are we in? 25 minutes in. Square moving up despite mixed analyst ratings. Sarah, what do you guys? We were talking about Square last night. Oh yeah, nice move. Really nice. Where are we at? 63.89. Let's look at this. This is a weekly. I'm going to move this to a daily. So Square looks pretty good. Let's see. See if we can get any kind of pullback here. I mean, are you chasing here? Yeah, because you could get this pullback, to test the 80 MA or, potentially the 34 or VWAP. But let's see what we can, if we can get any sort of pullback. All right, right here around 64, that's 64, 68. You can see where that has acted as support a couple times. I mean, this is on dailies. It's been a couple days here back in July, and it rejected that area a couple times in September, then again last month. Let's see. I'd like to see it get through that and come back and use it as support to show some confirmation here that, I mean, it is above this dip that it took here, but I would like to see it get through where it's had trouble for the last couple months. And it may just rip right through that, but if you want to play patient, that's what I would be looking for, to see it break through. And it needs to test some sort of support. It needs to establish where it's going to hold. And maybe, you got 3 candles here around 63.75, but what else we got? We had a fossil alert, this Swift bullish, but I don't typically play these that are that cheap. Those are $10 calls. What is Baidu doing? All right, and SPY had this nice run up. Let's see what she's gonna do right here. This 308. Amazon is under 1800. What the heck is going on with Amazon? I mean, it's only $5-10, but all right, Roku. This one, 1936. Gotta get through that. QCOM up a point since you said Maria was in. Yeah, nice. She just got out of Baidu. If anybody was paying attention to her play. And another word of caution. It's not a word of caution. She is awesome. Like we all know she's really, really good. But if you're in Black Box listening and watching, her calls, you just got to be careful because she can get in and get out so fast, and she knows where to place her orders where she gets fills that, if you go in and just, try to mimic that fill, you might have a hard time. You might have a hard time getting that trade. Definitely pay attention to what she plays. Just make sure you look at what her entry was, and she makes awesome calls. Oh. I'm for those of you that are in Black Box, if you're also listening, that's what I was laughing at, was that comment that Charlie just made about not taking Marietta Alta because they're not married. I'm not married to her. All right, the SPY has dropped now below this previous support. So we may see, we may see a repeat. I don't know yet, but we may see a repeat of what this did last time. So respecting any of these. Right at the 382. We're at 308.82. ATVI, what's ATVI doing? Kind of keeping an eye on Amazon here too, but yeah, I'll come back to that. And Roku is still kind of stuck in this channel. You can try to play this. It's not a huge amount of range here is my concern. But if you think it's going to bounce, if you can get it down here closer to this 116, look for, one or two green candles to show you that it's going to move back up. It is establishing, to me, this looks like potentially a higher low. It tested this, double bottomed here at this 116.70, and now we got 117.66 that it's, at least as of now, holding. It's below VWAP, below the ADMA here. I'm not messing with it yet, just because this is not giving me any real direction. So let's go look at ATBI. That's a nice little move. Was that 550, 60 cents? Well, ish. Let's see. So, did they have earnings today? Let's see. Did they report after hours? Or did they report? They had to have reported. After hours today? Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so if you want to play it intraday, you could. But I wouldn't be holding through ER. They dropped in the morning and then fully recovered the rest of the day. They definitely did yesterday and then some. And the day before that, they did. And then some. You're correct. 15-minute chart here shows... Ooh. Let's see. Where are we at? 56.12. Yeah, this area right here, 55.53, where it bottomed out. That's been a key area. AVGO. XJ Little says AVGO. Oops, AVGO. I'm going to go back to ATBI real quick, though. So I see this on the 1 minute here. You could, I assume, draw about the same thing on the 15-minute. You got this trend line right now that looks kind of like that you're approaching here. It used that trend line as support, even when it, this was that low on the 4th, came down, stayed above that trend line yesterday, the last 2 days, 5th and 6th. You're now below it and coming back up to it on the upside. Now, if it can get over that trend line, it may use that for support again to recover like it has the last couple days, but you're under that now. So watch that. Draw a trend line on your 1 minute or on your 15-minute chart and watch that trend line to see if it can get back over that. At least in the short term, it needs to get over VWAP and hold it. JBug, I've been on and off. I've been trading for like 9 years, 8 years-ish. I don't know, something like that. This run full-time has been, I don't know, 6-7 months. But I did this once before and then had a job offer that I couldn't refuse. So I traded with Blackbox a few years ago. And I've been with them. I never left Blackbox. But I went and did some other things and was still trading on the side. But let's see. Where did I start that trend line? Masters Tomasito. That's on the 15-minute chart. I just put this trend line in here on the 4th, on that drop, on the 15-minute chart. Because the last couple days, that has held. Now you can see, if you zoom out here from the 30th, those are parallel trend lines right there. I mean, if I copied that trend line this is what it's been, you know, pretty close to the same thing right there. And now you're below. See what it did? Last time it broke that trend line, came all the way down here and formed a new trend line. It's not doing that at the moment. This is one of those, I bet if you drew a time-based fib extension, you would probably see that following a pattern. So if we did like, I don't know if you guys have ever used those, but look at that, you know, how this thing has been moving. That 54.19 would have been a nice pickup. Just looking at the daily here to see if you can get, you know, anything similar. So something, I like to draw these and just see if, you know, if it lines up. Kinda. You can kind of see that. Now that's not to the bottom of the wicks, so keep that in mind. Something like that is pretty close to the bottom of those wicks. So, you know, on the daily chart, you can see Bender's here. Good morning. Yeah. We're looking at the ATVI chart right now. I looked and I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't show me muted, and I got the little bubble next to my name. Test. Yeah, I know. There were some questions on the chart. Um, and Sarah Hubbs pointed out that every day that it's pulled back, it has made back its gains the last, or it's, you know, it's pulled back in the morning, first thing in the morning it's dropped, and then it's kind of made that up. And yeah, we saw that they have earnings. So we were just kind of looking at the chart at daily and 15-minute. So. Oh, or master. Sorry. But yeah. So you can see that, you know, if it follows this trend that it has, you know, since August, 13th of August is kind of where that started. You've got some room here. Another bearish alert for Goog. All right, I'll try to stop it and start it again. All right, how about now? Test. Testing. Hmm. Why is that not working? Okay, so it wasn't me. All right, back to AVGO. Spy is still, let's see, that's on a 5 minute. Let me get, okay. So far holding up. Let's see what this is. Hello? So you can't test? I didn't do anything, but I mean, I muted and unmuted. I think it was working. I don't know. See, I don't really have a way to tell because it was like the bubble lights up, when it detects that I'm talking, and it was lighting up. So at that point, it's like okay, I assume it's working. Cool. I figured. I figured. Okay. Okay. Why not? There you go. There you go. All right. Sounds good. All right. Bye. What is Juniper doing today after that? So, any other questions on this ATVI chart? I mean, there's your trend right there. 56.52 on the 15 minute. This 56.52 area. It's broken through that a couple times, but see that as an area of resistance. I'm not playing this because they do report, but you can see, it topped out there a few times. Oops. Anyway, AVGO, I think, was the other one that was brought up. First time on with you. What's up, Jay Swan? Yeah, I saw that you had subscribed with Prime last night. I appreciate it. Thank you. Master Tomasito, you're welcome. Hopefully that's helpful. So yeah, AVGO. Let's see what we got going on here. That was a nice move. I like this, kind of like this pullback here. Now we are approaching, let's see, we're at 316. So damn near all-time highs here. Up here at 322.57. So you got a little room there. Baba shorts at 187.15. And do I like square? My. I drew this line here at square. Let's see what she did. So she did pop above that line and came and pulled right back through it. I wanted to see that hold as support. Now you're looking, okay, is it going to hold kind of the tops of these candles in here? Is that going to be support? Let's see. That's what I wanted. I want to see it pull back, and I want to see it establish, some level of support. What's support going to be? I don't hate it. Let it get back above this 64.68. Let it get back above this, and maybe put in one more candle, and then you could use, if this holds, you could use this as your, all right, if it gets down below this, anywhere in here, could be additional risk. She got out of Baidu too early? Maybe, but maybe she was just happy with what she got. So my, does that help you on Square? Like if this holds and starts moving back up the other way, let's draw. Let's look at. This is where I'll actually redraw the fibs sometimes, because now we've had this, we've broken through. Let's draw just one from here to that high and back down. I got you right about there. So bounce right near that 618. Nathan Trader, thank you. I appreciate it. And you are now crossing back through that 80 MA. So you could, if it gets back above this 64.68, let it show you that it's going to get back through that. Right here near the 786 extension. And if you like it, you could try it with, pretty limited risk, I think. CFAB 30 and Disney, need your input on it into earnings. Looking to take some off the table before end of day and I don't play stuff like that through earnings, because I have no idea what it's going to do, how they're going to report, how the street's going to react to that. I typically will wait until after earnings and see if it gives me direction, and then play off, the longer term trends. I can look at it with you and see if I can, get a sense of what I think it might do leading into earnings based on the chart. And I'm happy to do that. What do we got here? See where we're pulling back to. All right, let's see AVGO, this 316.90, kind of see if that area can hold. Was away for 20 minutes. BB7, not really. We've gone through a couple charts, ATVI, AVGO, the square chart. And then next I'm going to take a look at Disney. And I really want to see ABBV stay above 82. And hopefully somebody is keeping an eye on UAA. I do have an alert in here under 18. Like I said before, I really want to let that play out, but I'm only willing to wait so long. Okay, so Disney. I want to set an alert here on ABBV too, just in case it breaks 82. Just a little reminder to go back and take a look at it. Disney is cranking. And we looked at Disney, I think, last night too. I do like where it's at here. If they didn't have earnings, they report after the bell. It's coming up on, is that the 4th? Coming up on this resistance, 133.59. ish, maybe even a little, kind of coming into this area here where it has pulled back, several times. Where is that tool? There it is. Kind of right in here where it has pulled back a few times. If you're green on these and you're not going to hold through ER, I'd be watching it pretty close right here, and see if it's gonna make it through this area, because it's rejected it. This is where it really rejected and dropped down to 120, whatever, 128ish, and it's tried it a couple times and hasn't been able to get through. So that's what I would be looking at. I mean, you got some long-term support down here on the daily chart, right around 130. Was that one? Oops, I did not want to do that. Well, that's fine. 131-ish, longer-term support. I'd rather be picking it up there, but there's definitely a lot of room to the upside here if they report well. So I like it. I just don't know, if you're in weeklies or what, what your time frame is. Costco, Neo Trader says, have I looked at cost? I know sales are up, but it never seems to hold once it makes a new high. Neo, are you listening in? Are you here on Twitch? I don't think he is. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, Michael Dean. So let's see what else we got here. BJ's Restaurants. Steady bullish calls. Those came in. How long ago was that? 8:11. About 20 minutes ago. Facebook rapid fire bullish was this morning at 8:11. BRKB at 8:18. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing. I did call a lot of you out last night in Discord for subscribing. I really appreciate it. All the support that I've had from the folks in Black Box is awesome. Michael Dean says, how are you, sir, trading contracts on these companies? Also figured I'd tune in. Right on. Right on. Let me know if you see something or you want me to pull something up and take a look at it with you. Let me know. We're just kind of going through charts. I'm watching the market as a whole, just because the last time SPY gapped up like this, we did get, that fade kind of the rest of the day. So I'm kind of watching this to see which direction we're going to go. What are we going to do? You got any favorites that you like to play, or are you just playing the same kind of whatever's moving? And are you typically playing intraday, weeklies? And Juniper, it was moving nice yesterday. This pullback, and now it's bouncing. Let's see if we can find support on Juniper. Curious to see how Bud performs. Huge sell-off from the recent 93.70-ish high. Roku wants to break to the upside. Oh, that's got to turn off. There's been a lot of apps that have annoyed me a little bit. I got to say, the ESPN app, I need to go in there and turn off the alerts. I thought I did, actually. But it has got to be the most annoying app that I've ever installed. On the daily here, I like where Bud's at, if it can hold this as support. But yeah, that's it's just kind of been sad. Kind of sad. Let's see. I didn't realize Bud was down that low. I mean, we were trading it. I remember when it was up, over 110 and we were playing it. Yeah, I hadn't been really paying attention to it. Dude, go lay down. My dog, I don't know if he has to go outside or what, but he's annoying the shit out of me. Yeah, that is... What is this? What happened here? Alcohol, fizzy waters, claw sales, fizzy water, alcohol, fizzy waters, claw sales from beer. So they're talking about like White Claw and shit like that. Thanks, Chris Price. New highs. I'm just kind of reading through the news to see if there's anything that, This is interesting. All right, let's draw this impulse low to this high and see what we get. So it came down to the 618, bounced there a couple times, rejected, 786. Finally broke down. Man. What is going on with Bud? This is... I don't think you're going to get it that low. Who knows, but... Man, if it can get down here... I mean, if you're going to get something with more time on it, this could be an interesting spot. But it may continue, it may pull back to this 74-ish. What's that, 70? I mean, you're in an area of that could act as support, but it hasn't, to me, it looks like it hasn't quite found it yet. Yeah, that's quite the drop. UAA just crossed 18. Damn you, UAA. Jenny made 240%. I know, I heard. That's awesome. I've only been streaming here for what, 2 weeks or something. Um, but I'm finding that that I'm gonna have to come up with a balance because I'm spending a lot of time looking at charts with people, and less time you know staring at one chart and getting in and out like I typically do. um, I'm easily distracted, so when I hear, oh, Bud, um, huge sell off from the recent high, then I want to go look at Bud. So it's like, all right, let's go take a look at it. Yeah, UAA did drop under 18 here. Um, let's look at UAA again on a 15-minute. I don't want to be stubborn with UAA. I do still have a couple weeks, um, on those contracts. But at least for now, I think this 1780-ish is kind of the oh shit line. Because it drops below that and you could be, heading back down towards, 1750, and then, I think that's kind of the absolute. It did reject, where it gapped down, popped back up. This was resistance. I would have liked to see it make it up here somewhere before pulling back. If this was going to continue, we should have made it through here. Now, it may come back down and test this 1780 area before trying again. But yeah, we need to be watching this one. I need to be watching this one probably a little closer to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. All right. Let's see what else we got in here. Yeah, and I like where, Bud is at. I want to see it. If this thing starts to recover and starts to show you that it's moving back the other direction, definitely a lot of room to the upside. And I like those kinds of plays. So what I'll probably do is set an alert here if it makes it, and I guess Roku high a day. So if it gets there, or if it gets down here closer to like 75, I'll go back and take a look at it. Is this maybe, Moody's Investors Service assigned a Ba2 rating to Avi's new, maybe, yeah. And that actually, that's a good point. I forgot about that. That announcement of the senior notes last night, yesterday, it did not have an impact yesterday right when it came out. That's a good point. I completely forgot about that. When did that article come out, Bobby? That definitely could have something to do with this. Although, if that, I would have expected, if that was the case, I would have expected that to happen out of the gate. But let's see. Okay, so 24 minutes ago is when I see that headline. And let's see. E43. And this drop actually started, yeah, about that same time. So yeah, that absolutely could be the reason for this. Bobby, for sure. So yeah, if this continues, I'll get out. 81.54 was support. I mean, it made, it pulled back a little bit and then started. So this could be technically, triple top here. But yeah, that makes me a little nervous. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to give it just a few more candles here. But if this continues and breaks this support, I'll likely jump out of those. If it keeps dropping like it is, you could see this 79.30-ish, 79.40-ish test. And I'm not going to let this thing drop all the way down that far. And it is approaching. And guys, that's something you just can't really control, right? I got in those 82s and then I watched it right when that came out last night, that article, and it didn't really make a move. It didn't really have an impact. So I thought, okay, well, we know the senior notes are out, but it doesn't seem, nobody seems to care. But that Moody's rating seems to be dropping on that. No follow through on SPY. That's kind of what I was afraid of. Let's see what happens here. If it's still in this same channel, but right now, I don't know, we'll see what happens. See if it rejects here or if we can get above that. But yeah, no clear direction there at the moment. But I mean, AbbVie has dropped $1, almost $1. So you took 10 put contracts on Bud 77.50 strike. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't shown any sign yet that it's ready to bounce or turn around. Yeah, I think I'm going to get out of these. Hitting its head on 15, ORB. And UAA, 1807. I'm going to go back and look at that in just a second. I want to get out of these AbbVies while I still got some money. Where is my mouse? Come on. There we go. All right, so I'm going to put in a stop here at V on those 82s. Just in case it gets a bounce here. I've got a stop in at 70 cents, which is way more than I wanted to have to give it, but it actually looks like they just filled. Interesting. Because it was showing 73 by 74. I put a stop in at 72 or at 70 cents and they filled. What the? They filled at 74. Interesting. I must have screwed that up. They filled at 74, so I am not in those. And I did not want to get out. I'm just going to put in my room that to set a stop at 70 cents. And I'll look at AbbVie again when, it starts going back up. Where would you look to exit Square? Hardly no red candles. Okay, let's go back and look at Square. Yep. So did you get in? Where did you get in at? Let's see. Did you get in on this break of that line and then support right here? My. Like we talked about, I hope. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Awesome, you played that. Man, I wish I would have. See, when we do that, and this is where when I'm looking at so many charts, like when we do something like that and we look at it and we go, okay, right here, this would be a good spot to play it. You got to tell me, hey man, it's right at that level of support. I want to know because I would have played that with you too. But that is awesome. So let's do this. Something like that. Roku cranking. Yeah. Let me get my something here to go off of. So you're right at this 141 extension from the most recent impulse low, impulse high, maybe extended a little bit, something like that. You look at this 141 as a potential area of resistance, and then this 1618. Based on the fibs on the 1 minute, that's what I would be looking at. You don't have a single red candle here on the 15 minute yet. Let's look at the 5. And nothing here on the 5 since this little pullback, and then just taken off. So if you look here, the fibs that I just drew on the 1 minute, the 1272 extension here is the top of this candle at 65.81. You're at 65.96. Look for that whole number 66 to break. And I'd want to see this 65.81, if you're playing intraday, I'd want to see that probably as support if you want to give it a little more room, maybe the 65.73. At some point it's going to make a pullback. But look for this 1272 at 65.83, 65.82. Let's see if that holds. It broke that resistance in the channel and has boomed. Yeah, it did. Totally. Exactly. Played out exactly the way that, that we said, hey, if it does this, comes back, holds this, like that's a great entry. And it worked out perfectly. And the fact that, you see what you just did? Right? You were patient, you waited, and you were rewarded. That is, I'm using the fib. These are the trend-based fib extension. And that's typically what I use. And it usually lines up. You can do these auto fibs in TradingView. What are my thoughts on Tesla? Let's see. My. This helps me stay calm. Good. Dude, you that was perfect. And it played out. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it wouldn't have. Maybe, it would have made another candle or two up and then pulled back. But it didn't. It just kept going. And it took off. Oh, man, that is beautiful. Man, that's something we got to talk about that when Charlie comes on, because that was just textbook. I love it. Okay, so thoughts on Tesla. I know Tesla's running today. I don't know you, so I have no idea like what your time frames are. And look, AbbVie fucking bounced right there. That pisses me off. I don't know what happened there. I screwed up the order. I was trying to put in a stop. I must have put in a limit order or something. I do that a lot with Fidelity, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's, I click off at something and hit an arrow and it changes the order type. It may continue to drop, but that's why I wanted to stop at 70 cents. So yeah, I can't read your name. Perntsmell. Yeah, I don't know what time frames you're typically trading. Are you trading intraday? Trading options? Are you looking longer term? If you give me some sort of indication as to how you trade, that would help. In general, Tesla had some good news, which I think is why it's running today. But it can be extremely volatile. And those contracts, if you're playing options, those contracts can definitely move. Not a good thing to trade for a newer trader. And I don't know that you're newer. I'm not saying that. I have no idea. Trading options, intra today. And how long have you been trading? And do you typically take more risk, or do you like things that are less risky? You'd rather less risk, but you see opportunity today? I mean, don't do what my advice to typically people that are risk adverse, and it depends on your skill level. Like, how long have you been doing this? If you haven't been doing it for a long time and you don't know Tesla all that well and how it moves, I think Tesla's risky. But typically, there's a reason they're cheap. Not to say it won't work. Square. God, I'm so irritated that I missed that. So irritated. My. Just keep moving your stops up. Every time it makes a new level, 66.14 or, 66.27. At some point you're going to get, I would expect some sort of pullback, but you're getting over this level of resistance where, if you're looking longer term, 68.37 isn't out of the question. Okay, I like this. Come on, give me a little more pullback, Square, because I missed this run, and it is chasing. So now I'm looking at this going, okay, you know, let it pull back a little bit. But it is definitely strong. Man, I'm jealous. My. And I'm irritated that I missed that. Only because we talked about it and we mapped it out. So you're at the 8 EMA right now. Let me get rid of these fibs. And now let's draw new fibs, because now you have impulse low to high here, and you're pulling back to the 618 and bouncing right there. So chasing at this point. At least if you're playing this week's, because there's not. Let me look out to next week. What are next week's contracts? How expensive are they? They're not bad. 67s are a little over $1. Ooh. All right. Give it just a minute here. Bud is cracked. See ya, Michael. I gotta look at this for just a minute. So Bud's still dropping. Apparently the White Claws are winning. Yeah, let's see here. I mean, that's a nice pullback. I'd like for it to come all the way down and test this 382. Still dropping White Claw War. All out White Claw War on Bud. UAA. Yeah, that 18 area is an interesting area for UAA for sure. All right, this is getting pushed back up here. Real good, almost 126. And this is where it's tough, right? Is I'm trying to find myself a trade. And there's a few things moving. I like having all the eyes on it, for sure. All right, and I want to see if AbbVie is going to hold this 8150. This is TradingView. And this is what I use to chart with. 1 second. Anybody watching Square or playing Square? So one of our members, My, who is listening live on Twitch, we mapped out this Square trade, and I missed it because I went and looked at another chart, and he played, like, we mapped it out and said, here, if it does this, and it does that, and it does this, here's a good entry. And I'm actually going to have to, I'll have to make a video out of this because it worked out just perfectly. And I didn't play it, but My, congratulations. He did, and he played it exactly, like, to the T, what we talked about, and it took off. And I bring it up, I'm watching it, this pullback here, and I just didn't know if anybody was watching it, keeping an eye on it. because there's definitely some room to the upside here. I'm considering, it just feels like chasing after this move, but see if this pullback holds. Pete, I drew your fibs in there, and it looks like it is sitting right near that 382 on the 1 minute. Square. That no, we hit it perfect, and I'm actually going to draw the. It was. I'm so irritated with myself because I looked away and I looked at something else, and it did exactly what we had talked about. And I'll post this. I mean, it's not, it wasn't complicated by any means, but here's what we were looking at. Here's the chart. And this is the 1 minute. And I said if it breaks through that line right there of resistance, if it pops through, I'd like to see it get through, come back and test that as support. If it does, there's a low risk entry for you. And he waited for it to pop through. It came back. It tested that as support. He watched it hold and got in. That was a great play, my. Well done. So we are back at that 3. Yep. We are back at this 382. Testing the 34 here. So not a horrible place to try using that 34 as support. So I am going to take a shot, see if this can continue. We may get a little consolidation here, but as long as it stays above this 34 right here, this is more risky than when it was down here, right? Because it's made this move up now. But yeah, I'll give it a shot here. Just because we're not chasing it up here, we let this thing pull back and test. So I'll give it a shot. Higher risk than where it was, but And Square just had a 250K dark pool print. Don't know, which direction, but they did just have a dark pool print. Now I want to see it get above 618 here. 66s. 66s for this week. And I filled at 90 cents. No, I filled at 92. And Netflix is getting a pop on Citron saying that they are now going long. On Netflix. But I'm going to watch this square trade here for a minute. See if we can get through 786 now. So we do have a trend here on the 1 minute as well. Something like that on the 1 minute. So keep an eye on that line. And here in Black Box, I'm going to pull up the square trade as well, or the square chart as well. Let's see. Yeah, you guys should be able to see that chart. But you could draw. I don't have a way to show you drawings, but you can see the trend here on the 1 minute on square. See if it holds that trend line. $67.33 is a strong area of resistance. And the daily, and I think that's what we said, is up around 67 and change. But these contracts are $1, right, for this week. There wasn't a ton of premium on them for the move that this has made. So it doesn't have to get up that high to make a little money on those. So those are up, let's see, 22% from where I got in. Now we got to go try high a day here, but watch it to see if this is going to continue. Watch to see if it's going to break high a day here. That's what you want to see. You want to see it get through the 66.50-ish. You want to see it get through that. Or it may come back and test this trend line. So keep that in mind. Look at UAA dropping. Uh-oh. UAA. 1788. Yeah, it is. Oof, it is. What the hell is going on here? I don't really see anything. Yeah, keep an eye on that right there. But yeah, that looks like crap. Let's go. Keep going. Right at S1 pivot. PB, if you're in it, watch it. Watch it close. All right, let me look at these. So square, about 20%. So I'm going to trim a little of that position just in case it doesn't break through. It did, but man, just barely. This looks like it's being pushed up at the moment. Made a quick $200. Nice, Bobby. Right on. And that's the thing, right? You don't have to go for home runs. Those 20%ers, man, those are the ones that pay the bills. Yeah, we're up about 25%. So If it does get back to this trend line, there's another spot you could, you could look to play to see if it holds that, that trend line. But at some point, either time will get it likely, back to that, or another pullback. But let's see. So I'm going to get rid of this fib real quick. Yeah, Bobby, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, that same, let's see if that lines up with anything else. Well, not really. Pretty much just for the day. How do I maximize one of the three windows? Charts. Bobby, are you on TradingView? For anyone else that's interested in TradingView, please use that link. So you go, can you see where my mouse is right here? This select layout. Click that, and then you can click one right here, and that will make it one chart, one big window. So Roku CEO is about to be on CNBC. So if you're in Roku, looking at Roku, whatever, keep an eye on that. I don't know what he's going to say, but just a heads up. Yeah, but I clicked some shortcut and it maximized the window without changing the layout. Close the tab and open it back up. I don't know. I have not had that happen. Unless you click this button, which is the full screen mode, in which case you should be able to just hit the escape key. Cool. Alt enter. Cool. Glad you figured it out. All right, let's keep an eye on this trend line right here still. See if that can hold. Like I said, it's either time or a pullback. It's going to try that again at some point. I want to see it hold that trend line, ideally. But volume dropping, you had these three big, and there was a dark pool print in here. I don't know where that, I'd have to go look and see where that dark pool print happened, which we should probably do. It's good to know where that's at. So let me go look at that. Nope. SQ. See where that print was at. So that looks like it was at 66.48, 66. So there's three of them, 65.97, 66, and 66.48. So 65.97. Right there. That was this move. And then again at 66, which was that move. And then there was $8 million at 66.48. So right up here, which may have been that pullback. So let's see, 16 million. So actually, what it looks like, 906, 908, 911. So you see a single 16 million dark pool, and I see another 17 million total. About 33 million total in dark pool. 65.97. Just trying to figure out, like, were they buying here and then selling here when it didn't break this? You know, there's a cup here on the 1 minute, but now we've rejected this twice, and we're going to go test this trend line. I want to see that hold. Average volume 7.8, square dark pool 11.11. Yeah, that's what I was just looking at, were those dark pool prints. So it was actually, let's see, 908. So they started at 906, 906, 908, and 911. My time, Mountain Time. Bobby. So yeah, I see those. So 1785 UAA. Fucking UAA. This thing just doesn't want to stop going down. Not making me happy. All right, I'm going to look for a bounce here. See if we get any sort of bounce. But if it breaks this 1779, which has been support a few times, but this looks like shit. So, and I know I've still got time on those, but that's not looking great. So far, holding above the trend line there on square. Volume is dropping, looking a little squishy here, and we just broke that, you know, right at this trend line. So, you know, this is definitely, you know, where it gets a little risky, a little more risky. We're still holding this 618 for now, but I do have a sell order up. I'm not going to let it go green, or from green to red. I would rather, you know, take 20% than lose 10. And now we're below that trend line. You know, this is still not exact. It's still, I'm gonna give it one more candle here. If this drops below the 618 though, it's like, okay, I'm done. Not to say it won't come back, keep going, whatever, but you know, it didn't make the same kind of move that it made here. And I realized that's, you know, this was dark pool. Big buys that came in and did that, right? But well, you got the 34 below that could act as support, but you know, they're green. I think what I'll do, yeah, I'm out. Oh, I sold one, holding one. Now I'm out. It may come back down and test this 382. But I'm here. AbbVie. Yeah. Yeah. It was they assigned BAA2 to the new senior notes. It says stable outlook. Um, you know, I don't really know. I don't read too much into these things. I just kind of look at how the market responds. And obviously, since that has come out, it's not done well. It's not been happy. And played square from 128 to 226. Dude, that's awesome. And yeah, I'm not gonna. That's all I'll say about that. That was a great trade, man. Man. My mind, no, I did not touch Roku. How does a reverse split affect existing contracts? That is a good question. I've never held contracts through a reverse split. That's an interesting question. And I don't know that I can't believe that's not something that that I've been part of. That's interesting. It seems like it would be a, semi-common scenario. But let's look. Are you're not trading like JNUG or something like that, are you? I guess it doesn't. Let's see. So what it looks like, what I'm reading, is that what happens is there's a contract adjustment. So the original terms, as far as this, like the strike price, gets adjusted. Our strike price is adjusted to account. Okay, that's on dividends. Contract adjustment. It says the holder of an option contract will have the same number of contracts with an increase in strike price based on the reverse split value. The option contract will now represent a reduced number of shares based on the reverse stock split value. Let's see. $200 shares at 25. A whole number stock split ratio result in proportional increase in call options and a decrease in the option stock price. So that's that direction. So whole splits have a 1 and second part of the ratio, so just 2 for 1. Yeah, we know that. So this says if you own two $50 strike price calls on a stock that declares a 5 for 1 stock split, after the split, you would own 10 call options with a $10 strike price. So the option price, the strike price, and this says the strike price on a split, on a forward split, the strike price is adjusted, as is the number of calls that you have. It says the strike price has moved up accordingly. Long on Boyle. In my mind, if I didn't already answer you, no, I did not play Roku. Call options. Yeah, on a forward split, it says the strike price and the number of contracts are adjusted. On a reverse split, I would assume the inverse is true, but yeah, I don't know. Why are they doing a reverse split? Just wondering. Let's get rid of some of these lines here. On a 1 hour chart on AbbVie, you can kind of see, oops, this could be a good spot to re-enter AbbVie. That's kind of what I'm just looking at it. I'm trying to figure out, how much of an effect, and I'll tell you why I'm looking at this way, because I have, longer dated. I have leaps. I have longer dated calls in AbbVie and commons, and so I'm kind of taking a look at this to see if I can get a sense of the impact of this news, and really where I start to worry about those longer dated contracts. Right now I'm not worried about them, but where would I be? That's what I'm trying to gauge here. So you got a longer term trend line that looks like that. Ish, right? These are always ish. A shorter term, still on the daily, like that. And I would even call that an ish as well. See if we get something. And then you've also got that was last month. So this bounce right here was off the 618. Looking at this move here, it's kind of coming back near this trend line, which you can see up here on the 1 minute. Below this pivot on the 1 minute. This would have been a good spot. Right here where I set that stop. Was that today? No. Okay, that was yesterday. How do you do the fibs on TradingView PB? It's the third button down here on the left-hand side. I think it looks like a pitchfork by default. It looks like that. Click that. Come down here to trend-based fib extension. That's what I use when I'm drawing them. You can also add the auto fibs in. But yeah, I use this trend-based fib extension. I was just about to play some music in Discord because it's been silent for 5-10 minutes, and when that happens, then I start, you know, messing with them a little bit. Like, hey, come on, people, talk. 61% golden ratio was truly gold for Square today. Yes, it was. Disney ER. Netflix held VWAP. I'm just scrolling through Discord to see if I see anything else being talked about. Nathan Trader, this is TradingView. And if you're going to try it, use that. Would be awesome if you did. But yeah, this is TradingView. If you do try it, a little tip is that if you sign up for a trial or just 1 month and go in 3 weeks into that and cancel your auto pay and say it's too expensive and that's why you're canceling it, they will give you a 50% off. They'll say, wait, we don't want you to go. How about 50% off if you prepay for a year? So just keep that in mind. Like, try it for a couple weeks, and if it's something you're going to keep and you like, then cancel the automatic renewal and tell them you're canceling. You know, it'll ask you why. You just click the button that says it's too expensive, and you will get a 50% off an annual plan. And most of my chart setups are shared. So, you know, if you use it, like if I post that link or you just use that link, you'd be looking at the same thing. And I'll turn sharing on that one in case anybody pulls it up. In Square, so good exit on Square. Good time to get out right there, for sure. I'm gonna go back to AbbVie for a minute. So, if you're looking at this, you want to see it get above this 81.51 right here. And again, see if you can establish support. Otherwise, you're going to come back down here and try this again. Dude, you hit the button, but you played it out perfect. And I'm so happy about that because after what you were saying this morning, like, you know, now you did that one the right way. You did that one the right way. Didn't chase it, weren't impulsive, just waited, picked your entry. I mean, that's what you want to be doing. Sure, we can look at Expedia. Yes, my, absolutely. Small positions, one trade at a time, and just focus on good entries and good exits. That's all you can do. EXPE. Did I exit Alta? UAA. I haven't yet. You know, I was watching to see if it was going to come back down here and test this. And it didn't quite get there. I mean, I'm looking to exit because I don't like what it's doing, and I don't, you know, I don't have a great reason as to why it's doing this other than, you know, this double top up here. Let me go look at that real quick. I may actually see what those are at here. I might trim that position, if not cut it entirely. Let's see, what am I... Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. I hate taking a loss, but I mean, it's just not acting the way I want to. I still think it probably comes back, but I'm not gonna just ride it down in hopes that it comes back, right? So I'm gonna put a stop in. I'm gonna put a stop loss in at 82. Make sure this actually executes as a stop loss this time. All right. I'm going to make this good to canceled. Yeah. I got to stop loss in at 75. For the majority of that position. So, looks like it may, yeah, Expedia. Okay, let's look at Expedia. Man. On the 1 minute. Yes, it's above the 34. See, keep an eye on it. You know, I wouldn't be quite ready here. You know, I'm not convinced that this isn't just a pullback on this drop. I mean, look at the drop that it took here. You know, again, like this 103.61. Right in here. Let it get above that. See what it does. That's the area that I would be looking at right now, because you could look at this and say, well, it came, you know, it took a quick drop, big drop, everybody sold. Okay, some buyers have stepped in just right around $100, right? That's your whole number, which you expect to see some support. And some buyers did jump in there. So now you kind of watch and say, okay, is this just a pullback off this drop? Or, you know, is this actually the bottom? Which it could be, right? This last big drop, right at about $100, it said, okay, that's, you know, that's low enough. We're worth $100. So I agree with you that it's at support. I mean, that's a perfect spot. If it was sitting here and it had nothing to do with earnings, then it's like, okay, well, it's, you know, right back down here at support. But longer term, yeah, you want to see some confirmation that you're getting that this is indeed the bottom. And if you like it and you want the lower risk entry, you know, you could have said, well, right at 100, that's a whole number and it's near support. I mean, it's not like you're, you know, way up above that or anything, but I want some confirmation here that this drop is done, personally. So if you're looking upside, this is your current, that current bounce, look at that, sitting right at that 618. So you'd kind of want to see that hold and back up, move towards 127, 141, 1618. But yeah, that's kind of what I would be looking at. See if that can hold. Yeah, no problem. No problem. And the only reason I hesitate here at support is just because Alta has faked a lot of people out a few times when it's like, oh, okay, it was done, and then it's back, and then it back down, and it's like, you just want that confirmation that it's going back the other direction. And ideally, I mean, look at, it's not like these moves, most of these moves here are $1 or two on the daily. It's not making $20, $30 moves in a day. So I don't think it's going to do that on the way up either. The last time it gapped down, you had plenty of time to play this on the way back up, right? So look for some confirmation on the daily even, and play it long. So this one moves slow enough. I like it. It moves slow enough that, you can sit in those for a while and as long as it kind of keeps moving in the general direction, you could get some longer dated calls. If they're cheap enough, not horrible. If you can take that, I don't know how much premium's on those longer dated calls right now. But let's just look for, just curiosity's sake. They're still kind of expensive. Let's see, April. I mean, out to April, the 115s are still $3. So that's $18, $17 out of the money, plus $3 on the contract. So as of right now, your break even would be about 118 that it's got to get to by April. Depends on what you think Expedia is going to do. May not be horrible, but maybe a little too expensive, to play like as a YOLO, as a lotto play. Let's see if it keeps pushing up here. But yeah, give it, I'd give it a little bit of time if you're really wanting to play it safe. Wait for that confirmation that this is done. So Square looks like it's back at the 64.70-ish area. It's just been dropping, kind of triple top up here, 66.50 before that big drop. And the dark pool prints. Right now we're trading below where that dark pool came in. It doesn't quite add up, but you see the 16 million dark pool print at 906. 2 minutes later, you see 9 million. 2 minutes later, 8 million. dollars worth, not shares. So it's 250,000 shares. It's just interesting because it's close. It almost lines up. 250,000, 138,000, 119,500. It's pretty close. And AbbVie. I'm irritated that I tried to put in that stop loss order and it filled at 74. And I'm sure I just misclicked when I did it, but it is what it is. So at least I posted in my channel that I had put in a stop, not that I sold. And I doubt that stop hit. So anyone that followed that is likely still in. I need to go price those out though and keep an eye on them just for everyone else that may have followed that in the Discord room. So those are the 82s for next week. Well, they might have. They're 73 by 74, so they might have hit 70 cents and stopped out. Hell, I might try the 82s for this week. But that would be a revenge trade and chasing at this point, so. But to me, it looks like this was the Moody's news. Now we're back up over this line I had drawn. So let's take a look here at this high down to this low and see where we're at. We're right at the 618, right at it. Pissed off that I was breaking even and didn't sell. Head and shoulder 1 minute on AbbVie. Well, inverse sort of here, right? And now it's moving right back up, which is good because I'm still holding those, those longer term contracts. So I don't want to see this start breaking down. Inverse, yeah. ATVI is down 1.74%. Master Tomasito, give me just a minute and I'll look at ATVI again. Hopefully UAA will hold right there. I want to see if AbbVie gets through this 618 or if it rejects. There's a little volume, looks like bearish volume on this week's 80s. I don't know if they're still in them. Oh man, nice pop. We must have pops coming in on the SPY as well. Yep. That looks like a news candle. So let's be careful. Don't chase. Give it a minute. Little drop on UVXY there. But we've got, this is news driven. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this is yet. But there's got to be news. This is definitely news driven. What is this? U.S. first China trade deal would include tariff rollback. See that. Yep. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what this is about. So let's give it just a minute. But yeah, we're cranking here. These 82s on AbbVie are not bad. 36 by 40 cents. I don't want to chase this candle, but AbbVie is participating, at least for now, in this little run. So Pete is saying that's not new news, that was out this morning. So that may be, let's see, let's let the algos do what they're going to do. So we are right at VWAP. That was a nice pop, but cautiously optimistic. This 81.89. Where are we at? 81.87. Let's use that. Let's use that line. You got that, and you got VWAP. I mean, this, it tried to push up higher and came back down. So let's see. We got a little push here on VWAP. You know, I know I talked about this before, but something to look at here as well on AbbVie. Okay, I think this, I'm going to give it just a little more, but I think this has a chance to keep going. Yeah. How much are those? 37 by 40. All right. I have an order in at 40 and it filled. So I will, if this continues, I'll ride it. These are weekly 82s. But what I was going to say is here on the long-term AbbVie chart, which I talked about this the other day, yesterday. You know, there are people that bought up here 84 thinking that this was the bottom. You know, they saw this come down right in here after that big drop. You know, you could see them watching it. It came down, it touched, bounced, came down a little bit lower and established a base right here for a while, like around 77. And so there's people that got stuck up here, you know, around 83. And you got to imagine that these people are like, shit, the last time I got in at 83, I thought that was bottom. And it went all the way down to 62. So there's, you know, some people that were stuck up here that are now, you know, break even. or damn near it, damn close to it. So, you got to expect that there's going to be, they see that news, the algos drop the price a little bit. Not to say that news isn't going to keep this going down, right? Just saying that, put yourself in the shoes of these people that thought they were getting a good deal around 84. This news comes out, it pulls back, takes a drop, and some of these people are like, yeah, I'm not letting that happen again, right? Last time it did this to me, I got screwed. So keep that in mind. I should have given this one more candle up and let it come back and test this support, but I'm gonna see what it does here at VWAP. BA likes the news, someone said in chat. So yeah, there's your algo SPY candle, and then pull back. Now let's see what we're going to do the rest of the day. Are we going to keep pulling back? This 1 minute candle. There you go. So see if it holds. And it looks like it's not going to, but we'll see. Yeah, news-driven, algos pick it up, and that's what happens. So if we draw this the same way, got up here top right now, 81.92. Back down. Bounce right off this 786. So keep an eye on that. Sure, Bobby, I can. Longer term fibs hold more weight than shorter terms, but I was just looking at this. You go from impulse low. So we say, okay, where did this candle start? When that news came in, the SPY popped. Where did this start? Well, right about here. And where did it top out at? Right? It's topped out 3 times right here, but this was the top of this wick, was right here. And then I go right back. So I click the bottom, I click the top, I come right back down to that same spot. And that's what gives you the fibs, the calculations here. They're pretty easy to draw once you do it a couple times, but it's always impulse low to impulse high and then back down to where you started using this tool. And you'll see most of the time they will line up with the auto fibs that you put in. The problem with the auto fibs is they don't extend the way the fib extension tool does. Hell, you might be able to change the settings in here so they do, but I don't know. Because I typically just draw them in like this when I'm actively looking at something. No, that is the trend-based fib extension. that I use. And you can use it both directions. You can use it as a retracement tool by going from high to low. And then I think there's even, there's an option in there that you can click that says reverse. How do you choose the bottom of the top? I just look, like, where did this, when that volume came in right here, that's an impulse. Okay, so from that low, where did it stop? Where did it pull back? That was right here. It changed direction. So I go from the bottom, where that volume came in, here was the impulse, to the top, where it pulled back. That's what I use. And you can use that on any time frame, any chart. You can do it the same way. If I'm looking at a daily, something like this, you're doing it the same way. You're like, where did it change direction? Okay, well, I would say, looking at the daily here, that you pop here, came back. This was the start of the first trend, and this was the top. So trend-based fib extension would say, okay, from the impulse low down here to the high, up here is when it changed direction and came back down. That's kind of the way you look at that. But retraced, still showing descending trend, I will hold. Michael Daniel, you'll have to let me know how you do on that. All right, and this, I'm not liking what it's doing here. So, let's see. Still at this point, pretty much, unscathed. Small loss, really small. But I don't like what it's doing. I don't like this pullback here on this huge candle. Now you've got to wait if you're, well, we're right at VWAP. And there it broke VWAP. So, tell you what, AbbVie can really be interesting because the contracts aren't typically very expensive. It's been moving, there's been more volatility in it since than there normally is. And you can play those contracts really cheap on a Friday if you get the direction right. That's where I've seen, I've gotten 600-700% on those types of plays. But I knew I was chasing that on that candle, but I also knew what my risk was and was willing to take that risk, knowing that, all right, I'm not gonna hold on to this if it goes against me. So, not to say that it can't keep pushing up here, because it might. But I will say that gave me a little more confidence in, that move gave me a little more confidence in the long position, because it lets me know that, all right, it's still moving with the market, right? Which is a good thing, in my opinion. Makes it a little more predictable. So if the market goes up, this thing is still willing, people are still willing to come in and buy this up. So keep an eye on, this was the bounce down here. So not a horrible place here if you're playing this trend line. Not horrible, but it could come down and test this 34. Let's see. Yeah, Michael, me too. I mean, if you sit in here for any period of time, you're gonna see me screw up trades. You're gonna see me take losses, but I do try to minimize those. Don't let them get away from me too much, and be patient. And I've had, I have more wins than I have losses, which is the name of the game. And UAA, nice bounce here, back over 18. So for now, still holding that. And AbbVie is now breaking through the 34. See if maybe you get a bounce there. At the bottom of that big, because this is where it was at. It was climbing. Then we got the news and we got this big candle. So let's see if it comes back and tests where it was at before that headline. And let's go look and see. So UVXY turned around, bouncing back up. And SPY after that, big algo candle, right back down to kind of where it was. Gave it all back. So that's why you'll hear us in Black Box. God, they say it every time this comes in. It's like, all right, don't chase the Roman candle. Let it shake out, see what it's going to do. And I thought I kind of did that. I gave it a couple more candles here. But, I did do that. But now it's pulled back to where it was before that pop. So let's see if it can find any support here. What I don't want is just to get chopped around in here, because that's not fun. That's very difficult to trade. And I probably should stop looking at it, because AbbVie is another one of those that, I've been trading it for a while. But I probably have, a little bit of bias that makes me see things not necessarily for what they are. So I'm trying to avoid that as well. Kind of the reason I don't stare at Microsoft. Same idea. Or Citrix. Because I think Citrix should drop. Actually, I am going to go look at Citrix, though. Curious to see what it did today. $109. And above the 200 MA right now. Citrix, I'm looking at because it's up here near, previous resistance. It's getting there. It's pretty close. Potentially, you could see up to 114 if it's going to go test that. But it bounced right here, 90.41. There was a little support there previously. It would have been a good pickup down here off 90 for this bounce. But, up here at 115, the long-term trend is up, right? But I don't like Citrix. Not as a company. It's really more about their products. And what I think, long-term it looks like for them. But that doesn't matter, unfortunately. Not when you're looking at intraday trades. We got what, 27, 28 people watching on Twitch? That's cool. I have somebody that's going to come over here and hang out for a little bit. I'm going to see if he's ready. And I'm not going to tell you who it is. You're going to find out in a minute. You can take a guess if you want, but I don't think you're going to be right this time. Some of you guys were right last time. News still impacts, yep. PP7 says Kang. There's one guess. Not going to tell you if you're right or not. But does anybody else have a guess? So here you go on the 15-minute. Approaching this trend line on Citrix on the 15-minute chart. Maria, there's another guess. So we got Kang and Maria, and my says Charlie. So there's 3 guesses. Everybody gets 1 guess, and if you get it right, you get, what do you get? You get 100 loyalty points, which eventually will be used for some shit. Let's see. Bobby's got 800. Sweet. PB says Teresa. USD PY starts dropping. And Bobby says tech. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guesses. And Bobby, Axelrod, what makes you say tech? Just curious. I think Kang, is he here today? I thought he was taking the day off. He got some not great news this morning. I'm not going to spread his news, but he got some news that wasn't great news this morning, so I thought he was taking the day off. Yeah, I don't know if he's still on or not. Yeah, probably. Tech makes sense. Well, I'll tell you this, that I've been talking to all the mods, and everyone is interested in, not doing what I'm doing, sitting here all day streaming, but, everyone's interested in coming over and hanging out and chatting for a little while, talk about, kind of maybe go into a little more depth as to what they're doing, what they're looking at, how they, I want to try to get them over here talking about that stuff, and everybody's interested, I think. So we got, Spy, I'll go Candle, pull it back. So far, bounce here. We may get some continuation on this to the upside. Oh, look back at UAA. Still a piece of shit. Not in BBS Discord. I need a new guess. Let's see. Well, you could guess who hasn't been guessed yet has been Mel Stone, Jenny B, Spectre, or Pistol Pete. You know, could be one of them. Yeah, so this is why I don't stare at Citrix. Because I'll see it break through this trend line, and I want to see downside, and that makes it difficult. What I should do is just set an alert and not look back at it. So that's what I'm going to do. It's at 110.02. I'm going to set an alert up here at near the top. Because if it gets up there, I will likely take a stab at it just because I think it should be lower. Not a good reason, right? But it would be near the top, so you know, that would be, if you're going to try to short it, that would be about the safest place. See if it can get through that or if it rejects. Maybe it pops through and pulls back through that area. And ideally gets some piece of bad news at the same time. That would be all things lining up perfectly. Whaler says Spectre. All right, we got some guesses in. I haven't got a response yet to see if this person is ready or not, but they are historically known for not reading DMs. So, I don't know if that tells you anything. Oh, I forgot about Mike. I didn't even say that. Why didn't I say Mike? Oh, you know why? Because I was reading through the mod trade rooms list. And Mike doesn't have a trade room. He doesn't have a mod room. That's why. But now I feel bad. I forgot about Mike. And we are going into lunchtime here. So things, you know, tend to slow down a little bit during the lunch hour. Well, hour and a half-ish Eastern time. Bobby says, no idea. But you already made a guess. You said tech. And Whaler said Spectre. And we've got almost everybody's been guessed so far. And guys, I'm going to take just a quick 2-3 minutes, get up, walk around. I'm going to get some more water because I am out and it's too early for whiskey. So, you can do the same if you'd like. I'll be back in just a few. And I'm going to tell Twitch to play some ads while I'm gone so that it doesn't interrupt people that decide to join. If I can find that button. Where did that go? Well, maybe not, because now I can't find the stupid button that does it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right, guys. 2 minutes. I'll be back. proof. All right, there we go. We're back on. All right, let me see if this dude's ready. I'm gonna text him and give him a hard time. Oh, and I just gave you a hint. So we just got an alert here I want to look at. I think that came in on PayPal. We got let's see. It's a bullish alert, steady bullish alert on PayPal. Let's go look at the chart. Ooh, that's a nice move. So look at this. Square's stock upside appears limited after earnings. That was 3 hours ago. Don't really see much else on PayPal. But, you know, it looks like it has established this base right around $100 here. So I think, you know, you could try it. Let's see what this next. That was a lot of volume that came in on that candle. It's lunchtime, keep that in mind, but you know, you're bouncing off support here on the 15 minute. You know, it looks like it is established support. Stayed above the 34 and VWAP. This 1 minute just bounced off VWAP. So, you know, you could follow that. Steady bullish alert for $1. What is it, $1.15 or something like that? They bought the 104 calls. The 104s expiring. Okay, so those are a little farther out. They don't expire until the 29th. Cat intraday triple top. Ooh. Okay, give me a second. And I do want to look at that because cat's up there. Cat might be due for a pullback. But I want to look at these PayPal real quick. You know, sometimes I won't follow the alert, but I might play, you know, a weekly directionally. So you got the 101s are 75 by 81 for this week. There's only 50 cents of premium on that. That's really not bad. Watching PayPal on the chart also. Yeah, it's definitely at a level of support here. You know, sure, why not? I might take a stab on that. You'd know pretty quick if it's going to continue or not, right? I mean, it's got its support level. You've got it. Keep it over 100. You know, 101. Yeah, right around 101 or so. So I like it. I might actually play what they're playing. I mean, they've got a couple weeks on those, which I like because of where it's at on the chart. So they got the November 29th, 103s, no, 104s, 111 by 112, and there's a lot of volume on those. 8,000 contracts. So I'm going to follow that. I'm going to follow that alert. As it is, 1129s, 1129 104s. Filled at 113. I'm going to give that one a shot. So I'm going to give it a shot. Let's see, 1017. I mean, it's above 101.40. This volume came in. We got an alert on the contracts, bullish flow, steady bullish, which I like. I like those better than the roulettes. I like the rapid fires, but this is a steady bullish. And let's look at, let me look at the flow here. See if we can figure out what triggered, what the rest of the flow looks like on PayPal. Why am I not seeing any? Let me look at my filters. So let's see, sweeps on the 104s for 1129. 22K, 18K, 35K, 31K, 35K, 33K, 46K, 23K, 28K. They just pounded those. There is one sweep that is below the bid. All the rest are at or above the ask. So that's kind of why I'm following it. You know, they're hitting the same strike, same expiration. And they started at $1.04. Hit as high as 113, then 115. And then this last one was at 114. So, yeah. Following the flow, following that alert. Looked at the chart, looked at the news, didn't see anything. It's near this, you know, in this long-term area of support on the chart. And never made it down to this whole number, you know, the $100 whole number. So, well, Bree, if you're on here, why you gotta react with the eggplant, dude, in Discord? Why you gotta do that to me? No, I'm just playing. So there was a sweep that came in at the bid for the 105s. Same expiration date. 18K. And at the bid just now for the 104s at 17K. So a little mixed the last couple. Yeah. And I'm just watching it, you know, to see if any of these start flipping out or if they're planning on holding them. And yeah, I see why you asked about the 101.70 area right here. You know, I was just looking at a little move up, pull back, bounce off the 34 near VWAP, and then started moving back up to the upside. So it's going to go test this, I think. It may not, but I would expect there's a good chance it does, but we will see. We can also draw on the 15-minute here. Well, it already kind of did. I don't know if I would have drawn those the same way. See if they line up. Yeah, that's one of those ones that just because it's at that longer term level of support and the flow was coming in that I said, okay, I like where it's at. These have a couple weeks on them. So I just followed the flow. I've said this before, but when the flow lines up, it doesn't always work, but when the flow lines up with what you see on a chart, that's when I think that's when it's intriguing. Like it when that happens. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm peeling an orange. I'd like to see it hold above the 8 there. That 80 MA on the 1 minute. Okay, we had another above the ask sweep on the 104s for 22K that came in. That was 1 minute ago. Still buying them. Oh, this is gonna make a mess. This orange. Oh, and who buys? Who doesn't buy seedless? All right, I'll be right back.
Hey, Michael, thank you. Oh, man, that's awesome. I appreciate it. You got a couple months now. I don't have to. Most of the subscriptions on here are through, and if you didn't know, that little note I left down there, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe. You get Twitch Prime for free, and you get a free subscription. You get one free, but they don't renew. You manually have to renew them every month. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Right now I'm listening to Pistol Pete. Pete's talking about banks and bonds and interest rates and everything else. No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because it's not being piped into here.
So there's a block at the bid, 21K sweep at the bid on these calls. So it looks like, well, I'm going to see if any more come in. See if they're flipping out of these. What the hell? Yep. I'm going to give it here. But it is, I mean, they bought a couple weeks on them, right? So you're still, damn, they moved quick. Let's see, what am I looking at here? They're not moving too much. Let's get rid of that.
Let's look at this. A little bit longer time frame. Look at the 1 hour here. What is that? 101.10. No more sweeps come in yet. Bobby, I'm not recording Pete. I don't know if you'll know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Gotcha. Yeah, I heard about that one from Ninja. If you haven't heard about it, you should. You heard about what one from Ninja, Michael? Sorry, what are you? I'm not sure when you typed that and what I was, when you said, yeah, I heard about that from Ninja. It's getting knocked down here. You can see 101.46, which, okay, let's see. No more sweeps yet. But you can see the tops of these wicks here, right at that 101.47, 101.46. So I think they were looking for that to break out potentially. And for now, it did not. It pulled back again. So where do we look at this and go, okay, it broke this trend line here on the 1 minute. That it was making this move to come back up and test that again. So now we're down, we're looking at the 200 MA right here, and then you got VWAP. And below that, let's see, we're at 101.15, 187 to the bottom of those wicks. You know, potentially support, but you're also at the 90 MA here on the 1 hour. I'm not going to give it too much more. But again, these have 3 weeks on them, right? It may take, if this holds on the daily, it may take a day or two for this to start going up. You know, it may be next week before this starts, if it's gonna do that. So let me give it a few more minutes here. And I'm watching the flow, see if they start flipping out of those. So that's what I'm looking at. And Dean, I don't have RSI up here on this chart. What time are you taking your lunch break? I don't, usually I'll go grab something, but it doesn't, I only spend about 5 or 10 minutes eating lunch. I usually, eat lunch while I sit here and watch.
see what's going on. Could also see potentially something like that as a trend line, if that holds. But Bobby, this is all recorded, the live stream. And that trend line actually lines up, somewhat down here at this 138. So I'm not saying that's going to hold either, but it might. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, I mean, it just barely pushed through these previous wicks here. Where's our base? 130 cents. Last couple days. What's this? 140. So you can also see like same area, acting as support, back at the end of October. 900. 99.91. 99.33 there. So if I get rid of some of these trend lines, now that we've seen them, I'm going to leave. $172. $59. I think if this, even though they have time on them, if this trend line doesn't, if it starts going this way, I don't know that I'll want to sit in those. But 101, 101.09. Yeah, this is a pretty key area regardless, I think. My concern with this is, you can see how this could drop, down here to 100, near 100, maybe 100 and a quarter or something like that. And you get that kind of drop, and those contracts will move. No more coming in yet. It sounds like a sick kid may prevent one of the guests that was coming today from coming. The other one, there were two. The other one, I'm sure will still join. CTXS breaking this trend line. What is the market doing here? What do we got going on? All right, so we got a pullback on SPY. Sit at the 34 here on the 1 minute, which could also have something to do with this pullback as well, right? If the market as a whole is pulling back, and you see the Qs pulling back, you see SPY pulling back. Let's go back to this. All right, let's see if we get a little move up here off support. I'm going to see if PayPal moves with them or not. $11:13 my time. So, you know, lunchtime, getting close to being over. And then we'll see which way they're going to move it in the afternoon. So, and I didn't go back and look at Bud. I wonder if Bud is still dropping. See if Citrix is going to find support there on the 1 minute. See how Bud's doing. Are they fighting back yet? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm about level on my position on Bud. Yeah. You did reject VWAP here. That 200. So let's take a look at real quick. Let's say, see what this looks like from here to here. What happens if we move this? I hate it when it does that. I'm trying to reverse these, and sometimes when oh wait,
how about if I click this? No, it won't let me pull the settings up for whatever reason. So you can see where it dropped down, it bounced right here off 382 extension between that and half. So this 50% retracement not 50%. You might still see some more downside here. God, it's interesting on a one-day chart. Yeah. Let's look at, let's see this on a daily. I mean, you're coming into on Bud. I know we talked about this already, but you know, I'm looking at that area right there. So not, you know, we talked about this on the other side, coming into an area where you would hope to see some support if you were long. Obviously, if you're not, you want it to come right down through here, what you're hoping for at the moment. God, what a drop. Yeah, let's go look at CAT. And this area right here, let's see if that holds for support or not on Expedia, or if it's going to continue down. Look at SPY. Still drifting down. See if we're going to go back down and test down here. Low a day. Holy cat. I'm surprised we haven't seen any. I don't think I've seen any. Let me go see if there's been any flow on CAT today. None. Wait a minute, I don't have puts checked. No flow on them yet. All right, at the moment, Michael, I'm rooting for you here. What is Michael holding? He's got Bud puts at the moment. So I'm rooting for him. Yep, let's go. Do I have a... I don't think I've set any sound effects on this yet. Let's see. No. I'll have to set some up for sure. I am move as you. I am move as you. Liam move as you. I don't know what that says, but welcome. Speaking of the Bud clothing, I saw Natty Light and hard seltzer in the store the other day. Oh, Natty Light hard seltzer. Really? I guess it doesn't surprise me, but the high schoolers, the cheap high schoolers. Super popular. I'm 21. This is my... Oh, yep. There you go. So you're saying what's super popular? The White Claws or the ones that Sarah just mentioned, the Natty Light hard seltzer? Spy still dropping. Yeah, and Sarah, that's what it reminds me of, is Zima. Natty Seltzers, Claws, Trulies, all of them. Guys don't slam beer anymore. Yeah. We usually have Trulies in the house, but that's because they are, my wife's like keto, and I guess those are, somewhat keto friendly. Not a bad drink at 10 in the morning when you're out camping, though, and you need something. I stick to my ultras. Yeah, there you go.
Um, I think it can. I think the last time we saw this gap up, it gave it back. Not to say it will. It is right near. Watch this 308.77 here. And we were kind of stuck in this. Kind of stuck in this channel here. Let's say I'm not convinced enough yet that I'm going to do anything. Sometimes I'll play SPY calls or puts into the close. But it may come down and test this 308.77 and hold. So I'm kind of just watching. Is that you? Yeah, that's UVXY in the middle here. And then I got the Qs at the bottom left down here. This chart at the upper left. This is showing the SPY. And then I've got Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Facebook, just so I can glance at this real quick and see kind of what the group is doing. What are my thoughts on TAT? TAP? Is that what you're asking me about? Oh, on that. Will it touch 19 on UVXY? I think if it touches 19, then we start to worry. Can it? Well, sure. I mean, it was just there. But you don't want to see that big of a bounce, but are we going to see it today? I don't have a crystal ball, but I doubt it. By November 15th. I don't play UVXY, that far out. I really don't. I rarely play it at all. If anything, I play the SPY or the Qs. When you're talking about these markets and kind of what's going on, and the fact that they're news driven, a headline can move things so fast. It's it makes it very hard to look at something like UVXY, I think, and try to play it that way. That's my it's just kind of not the way that I would be trading something like that. That's not to say it will, it won't. I don't know. That's to say it's possible. I have no idea. It's kind of been in $19? I think it could. I mean, all we need is, some piece of bad news, one big negative headline, and UVXY could be back up at 19. And pretty quickly. I didn't see that they actually agreed to it. All I saw is that, the pop this morning was something about that if the deal gets signed and goes through, that we will likely pull back on tariffs. And then China, I guess, said like the same thing. Yeah. Whoever said this triple top on CAT, pretty close, Watching that for a potential pullback. Let's see. You couldn't what, Sarah?
Couldn't sleep and saw the headline at 1:45 this morning. I saw it not at 1:45. I didn't see it until my daughter woke me up at about 6 o'clock my time. And then I had a bunch of texts about it coming from China. God, Apple's over 260. I don't know if it still is, but I'm just going through the chat history, and someone said Apple over 260. Let's see, and we did get, wow. They went out a ways. There was a call sweep that came in for PayPal 120s out to March. And they paid $1.25 for those. Decent drop on the Qs. Yep, and on SPY. So this was that last gap up, came back and filled that gap. So we could see something similar. What are your plays for today? I had a couple plays today. Let's see. Played square and did get out green on that one. Did okay on that one. Took a shot at AbbVie, and that didn't work. And currently still in a little bit of PayPal out to the 29th. And that was literally just based on some flow that came in and an alert that went off. With a couple weeks time on them here, at what we would hope would act as support on the longer term chart. So those have a couple weeks on them, but let's see, turn me on to the vertical idea. Yeah, currently long. And I could show you, so this is what I use for this kind of information. This is Blackbox. And so we had an alert come in. I'll show you what that alert looks like. But we had an alert come in. I went and looked at PayPal. I said, what's up with this alert? And you can see some puts coming in below the bid. So those are bearish puts. And then a bunch of call sweeps at the 104 strike. At the ask, above the ask. Just a flurry of them, right? All in about 5 minutes. And then there was this sweep here at the bid, and then this sweep at the bid, and then another sweep above the ask. Ignore this block. Smaller sweep at the bid, ask, and then a block at the bid. So when I saw this flurry of sweeps, call sweeps come in, I went and looked at the chart and said, yeah, this is bouncing at a point, at an area of, that you would hope to see some support here. And it's above this 9 EMA on the daily. So that's kind of what I was looking at. But as of right now, they're not working out. I did trim, I started off with a bigger position. And then when I saw, okay, it's pulling back, I took some of that risk
off. So I could give it a little more room and see if it's going to work. So I'm following, people that are putting 30, 40 grand at a time in these call sweeps. And there's quite a few of those sweeps that came in. They weren't huge, but I'm trying to give these a little bit more time just to see what happens after the big boys get back from lunch. Hey, thanks for the follow, Odd and Harry. Yeah, no problem. And Michael, come on, man. What's up with Bud? TD Ameritrade spread is 40,000 calls and 8,100 puts on PayPal. Yeah. And you can kind of see why. Especially with Square's earnings. Let's see, is Cat going to get through this? And whew. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Oh, now I can see your name a little bit better now. It's not all funky cap. I am Vazu. Michael, consolidated around that price range. Questioning if it attempts to leg up. Yeah. I'm guessing you meant cutting if it attempts to move up. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. What is Pete in here talking about right now? Let's see. He's talking about XRX. If anybody wants to hear Pistol Pete, this guy is really, really good. I'm not going to leave this in here, but I'll give you kind of a sample of what Pete does. So, and how he looks at things. I always learn something from this. So let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Have I had... Have I been playing Discord chat through here the whole time? No, okay. I don't think so. No? Okay, good. Oh. Let's see. Michael says yes. Oh, and ignore that message. I am Vazu, but because the chat integration, I haven't gotten that to work quite right yet. The bot did not work right. But you can join that server if you want. Discord, no? Okay, cool. Let's see, which damn audio source is that? Output capture. I think.
Hello, I will create more of those.
Says
and those are combination of Fibonacci,
I'll get you another
point
one.
of control, and volumes, which essentially gives you point of control, redundancy.
1 second.
So you don't have any lines for over 3,000 for the other one. That's because
I do, dude. They're right there, dude. 3006, 3014, 3025, 3029, 3041, 3046, 52, 55, 60, 3068, all the way up to, I'm showing you lines all the way up to 3137.
Black box. Black
Okay.
Box Discord
No, I
server,
just
which
see
is
two
part
yellow
of a
lines.
membership.
I was looking for the yellow line.
The
Posted, well,
platform and the
no, those yellow lines, I will put them
The
in there,
Discord
but we
chat.
haven't spent enough time there. So
Yeah, gotcha.
and what you're hearing is
Thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Pistol Pete
yeah, well, there, I'll even the green
talk,
one got cut off.
who spent a lot of money to go to school for this stuff. He's been doing it for
Yeah,
20
here, I'll
years,
post
and
this.
one of the
I'll remove that.
One
and
of the
post another one,
best.
so you can see 3137
He's
is
really
that
good.
green, which the green is the reds are the most powerful lines. The green is the second most powerful one
He's talking about
in the
XRX
algo system.
weekly chart.
However, my system, what I do, those yellow dotted lines, those are the most powerful in respective combination of Fibonacci's and point of control, if that makes sense.
But that server I just posted is one that I created for non-black box
And I'll
members
zoom in
that
so
are,
you guys can see
know,
where we
here
stopped today, and I'll draw
here in the
a
stream,
couple
watching the stream, maybe subscribing to the stream, which,
basic
by the way, just
lines
started
for-
2 weeks ago. Not even.
Again, guys, there's no
but
structure
that's the
here.
server
That's
that
why
I
those
created
lines
for,
are there.
for
Those
kind of this
lines, the yellow lines, they're based off of structure.
So he hasn't posted another chart yet that he's.
So we went from 2980 without any resistance, really. You know, in a matter of from the 22nd to today. I mean, you're looking at 2 weeks, moving 100 points, more than 100 points on the S&Ps. There's no foundation. So if it pulls back, it can be very aggressive. Keep that in mind.
All right. I've muted that. And he talks a lot about structure, which makes a lot of sense. Like, if something's going to run, let it pull back, establish an area of support, and build that structure. And if it doesn't, if it doesn't really do that over the longer term, then you got those chances for erratic movement. The Serial Chilla. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Let me know if there's anything you want to look at. What you trade, UAA dropping some more. All right, let's go look at UAA. I'm staring at this bud vicariously through Michael there, because I'm not playing it, but I want to see it work out for him. Yes, it is 1775. God, this is getting uglier and uglier. All right. Again, like with the pullback we're getting on SPY and Qs, makes me think that, some of this is just moving along with that, but I think if it crosses through S2 here, I'm done with it. Should have taken, and I wasn't even watching this, but those were probably green when it was up here at 1850, and I probably should have but I wasn't even watching it. I think we were looking at that point, I think we were looking at something else. Listening to Pete for a second talk about his levels that he's got on the S&P. He He was saying a little support at 3082.75, but it's not like a solid, established area. But he said possibly support 3082.75. All right, where is? Let's go back here. Yeah, if it breaks S2 here, I'm done with it. Plenty of time on him, but I'm not messing with it. Interesting chart on Win. Let's go look at that. Roulette bearish on Z. Tiller sell-off on Bud in the last 24 hours. Now below a known support level with range to 74 level. I like this trade. Yeah, I mean, we looked at it. I think you've got, a chance of, potentially it keeps dropping for you. This is interesting right here too on Win. Up here at 120, we're at 126. You've got 1, 2, 3, and you're now the fourth time trying this trend line here. Could see, potentially a pullback right here. When did they report? Okay, so they just reported yesterday. So this so they reported it dropped. What was this gap? That was just with the market. Bounced off to 34 here. Now above VWAP. And the ADMA on the 15-minute. Let's listen to this for a second.
Don't move as aggressive. That don't move as fast. Right? Aren't as volatile. So when you look at Procter & Gamble, you look at Coca, and again, guys, this is not a buy or sell recommendation by any means. This is more, helping you guys be able to fish and find your own. Teresa, Namish, Maria, Charlie, Mel, all these guys that are in here, Bender, everyone's sharing their stuff. Their primary reason is to make money, but they love helping you guys out. But just understand, they don't want to give you buy here, sell there, buy here, sell here, or sell here, buy back there. They want to teach you how to do it yourself. So when we go over these things, this is teaching you, and hopefully you get something out of it so you can identify these and share with, eventually say, hey guys, what do you think about this? And we say, oh, thanks, Mel. Mel pointed out Coca-Cola the other day. I picked it up thanks to Mel. So, but I wasn't watching it per se. But I made my own analysis. And even though I like those 50 funds, I looked at my risk analysis, my risk model, my personality. And I said, hey, thank you for pointing that out, but I'm going to utilize this strategy instead. And it could work for either one. I mean, it's just the way trading is. But so here's Coke, and then take a look at Pepsi. And that's the reason I also put Costco. Seasonality. They're in the consumer discretionary kind of environment. But that was how I found Costco, was because when I do my analysis, I look at sectors, and then I find that the sectors are set up. It just improves the likelihood of the trade working in your favor. That's it. All right, so there goes Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Procter & Gamble. Out of all of those, tell you the truth right now, Procter & Gamble's back, and they look the best in my opinion. So right now, I mean, it's 3-day. Monday was the best at 118 level. Now we're up already $1.50.
This is Pistol Pete.
But as long as this channel holds,
the black box Discord server,
take a big fat marker and draw it underneath. It doesn't have to be
part
exactly to the line.
I pay for the black box platform.
You need to be a sharpshooter,
I work for them now, but
the guys that are in here scalping.
This is we've got the black box platform, which I was showing earlier.
Yeah, it might pierce that line momentarily if it does not completely.
The black box Discord server with people
or,
like Pistol Pete in here. That see you later. That I was talking earlier about kind of the way that he looks at the market. He's been doing this for 20 years and went to school for it.
Do they have earnings? No, that's out of the way.
Worked it, managed a lot of money.
Well, they were expecting 125. They came in at $1. I didn't listen to their conference call. So let's price these things out and see what it looks like.
Yeah, no problem. That's why I wanted to pipe that in, because this stuff happens.
Oh, thanks,
throughout the week. We get people like Pete on here that go through market internals and longer term stuff and that sort of thing, which is super helpful, super valuable. We've got the OIC, the Options Industry Council, once a month does a webinar for our members just to talk about what they're seeing, different option strategies, and that sort of thing. That's also really helpful. I think there was supposed to be, I don't know if they did it, I think there was supposed to be a screen share this morning. That was a flow class on options flow in the platform, which is, I've got some videos on my YouTube channel and here on Twitch about flow and about the alerts, and I'm adding more. I actually have another one that I'm going to upload tonight that talks about kind of what to look for in flow. All right, I'm gonna pipe him back in because he's talking a little bit more about Procter and Gamble.
Get this. It's like every time it pulls back, or excuse me, not monthly, weekly. Every time it pulls back, it usually pulls back for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So now we've got a red week. We can anticipate, well, that and get that magenta line, which is the 21 period on the weekly. Every time it's come to that, it's bounced. We're also on the bottom side of that channel. You know, the next week might also be a pullback. But from my risk tolerance, I'll say, hey, you know what? 118 area looks fairly decent. Guys, please, if you see anything, cut me off. So, and the top side of that channel takes me to 125, possibly up to 130. That's a $12 move. So now I go look at the options. Are they expensive in respect of volatility? So I got to get a different chart for that. Where are you at? Okay. All right, so implied right now, it's actually 18 versus historical 22. So that's telling me that the option market is fairly priced on their options. And I mean, I didn't really need to look at that. I know earnings is trading around, you know, options are cheap, 12 and a half bucks, especially for Procter and Gamble. You know, when you look at their beta versus, you know, a beta of like a Tesla. All right. So I'll be back. I'm going to calculate the moves every time it, how much does it move and how much time does it take to get that average move. And based off of that, I can give myself allocate time quitting.
Anybody know what's going on with NVIDIA? Thank you, Dobie Lover. That is a decent drop on NVIDIA.
So there you go. That was Pistol Pete talking about Procter and Gamble. Talked about KO. Talked about Costco and Pepsi a little bit, and the XLP and XLX. So I'm gonna go look. I just heard about NVIDIA, so I'm gonna go take a quick peek at that, along with keeping an eye here on PayPal. UAA to see if it can hold this S2 here or not, because I don't want to let this thing, you know, pull all the way back to 1740. And I got in this one because that big drop on the accounting, you know, they had that headline. And then, like, headlines came out after this drop that said, oh, this is overdone. Like, you know, buy Under Armour. And then it started going back up. But it didn't really continue past this 1850. But I want to see if this holds or not. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA to report a decline in earnings. That was 3 hours ago. Yeah. So that headline's been out for a while. So it's bouncing at the moment. Wanted to take a quick peek at BABA and see what it's doing today. It's up about $4. 187. 188. That's not what I wanted. Kind of flat topping right here. See if that move can continue. Similar to what we were looking at on Square, right? See if you get a pullback. But I mean, it's already tested this support a couple times. It's been in this channel for, I don't know, since I gotta fix the time settings on my charts here. I thought that was right, but let's see. No, I went the wrong way. There we go. 30. About an hour and a half it's been in this price channel here. Roku, they just called out downside, and Disney upside. And I don't know what Microsoft is doing, but it looks like it's moving up. And UAA still looking like a piece of shit. Disney. A nice bounce on Disney. Oh, but they have, let's see, they have ER after the bell today. Let's go see what, all right, UAA, I'm done. I'm done with you. Had enough of your shenanigans. I'm not watching you anymore. You're wasting my time. Can I look at Z? What do you think they would do for their ER? You know, I never know what a company is going to do for ER. I don't really play ERs very often just because I'm never, you know, even if they report good, if it's not what the market wants, you know, like Microsoft's been, you know, their ERs have been solid guiding up and it's still, you know, it doesn't do much. I don't like to hold through ERs. I just don't do it. Too much risk. AbbVie's at a good spot. All right, let's get rid of that for a moment. Yeah, you could play for this break at 81.87 here. But, you know, it's kind of just meow, meow, meow. But it's holding up, you know. We took this drop, which may have been news driven. We saw that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Nacho. You know, we saw this drop on news, and it's holding up. So I'm still in the longer term positions in this one. Sweet. Then you're in the right place. But Bobby, what specifically? I mean, I like the way that this is held up. I want to see it break this 81.86, but you've got, you know, short term. On the 15-minute, see what's going on here. Under VWAP, barely. Because it can break VWAP and value area, yeah. Yeah. I want to see it break this right here. I want to see it break this 81, 87. Kind of, again, same setup we looked at this morning, or similar scenario. Like, I want to see it break. I mean, you've kind of got this wedge here. It's my first time trading. I think Netflix puts aren't a bad option with Disney earnings. If this is your first time trading, you shouldn't be playing, you shouldn't be playing ERs. Although, I can understand the logic there. If Disney earnings are good, does Netflix take a hit on their stock? Maybe, but if Netflix is set up in a place on the chart where you think it looks good for a put, and you think that, you combine that with the fact that, well, and maybe they take a little hit. If Disney reports well, then you got two variables that line up. Right. Yeah. But Sarah, even without streaming numbers, you could see it, if Disney reports really well or something. You could see Netflix taking some sort of hit. I realize it's not going to be, oh my gosh, Disney, their streaming blew it out. But so the other thing is Netflix, Citron came out and said they were going long Netflix. Not that should impact your decision. It's just something to be aware of and know that, that's the case. That was probably, the reason for this spike this morning. Oh, okay. Good. Nacho, you never know. Like, I've heard some interesting things. Let's see, where are we at here? I'm just curious. 291.82. Definitely an interesting area. You know, your short term trend on the daily. I need to go look at Roku real quick. What is going on? Lawn gnome, lawn gig gnome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. That's what I see on Roku at the moment. Short term on the 1 minute. See if it can break that 3-2. I'm not in it currently, but yeah. Oh, you're at work, so no sound. Hope you're having a good trading day. Not great today, honestly. Could turn around, but I missed the play of the day for me would have been, I think, on Square. That was an awesome trade, and we talked about it and everything. And I think most of us, I was looking at something else. There's a few people in here that, 1 or 2 or 3, I don't know, that got into it and played it and did really well with it. Oh, you can't hear me. I need to go look at Ring too. Those contracts did go up today. Look at Ring. 166, 169, up about $3. Wow, nice move for Ring.
Yeah, that's a nice move on Ring. So I've got Ring that's up about 20%. I'm going to close out or put a stop in at least. These are out to next week. But this move today is pretty nice. I'll throw an alert in here just in case. I'll go back and take a look at it. UVXY. UVXY drop. A little pullback on SPY here as well. Let's see what happens. Trading is all a scam. That's funny. BB7, I got in Ring. I'd have to go back and look at my order history. I think they were red. I can't remember if I got in those yesterday. I might have got in those yesterday at some point in here. I'd have to go look at my the order history and see when I picked those up. Yeah, I just stuck a stop in on those. Half the position in case it pulls back. God, these Exxon Mobil's now I'm up 245% on what I have left. I'm down about a third the position, but those worked out really well. Let's see what else we got. I expect an uptrend on Bud into another morning sell-off. My entry is pretty decent. 5-day tells it all. Yeah, if you got a good entry and you've got a little room to let it go, that helps certainly. All right, Abby, what are you gonna do here? Could see something like that on AbbVie on the 15-minute. I'm glad it didn't keep the momentum on this drop from this morning, but let's see if it can, hold up. Actually, Michael, man, I'm looking at this right here, up here near VWAP, as a potential entry, short. I don't know how much, how much more this is going to give up. Could see a little more, but, my concern with doing that is, okay, come on. Delete, it won't delete. I don't know why. I just worry about this previous area being support. I mean, there's, you've got some room, to make some money off this for sure. And, here, if it rejects VWAP here, I like the potential for the downside. Ascending triangle. Yeah, I want to see it get above this 81.87, like actually make it through there. Let's look at, all right, SPY rejected VWAP for now. I mean, it looks good, right? I don't like this drop that it took, but it bounced back pretty quick. I see what you're looking at. Nice bounce there off of VWAP. And now we're going to go break through this. See if it breaks through this 81.87. There it goes. That's a nice pop. Very nice. Yeah, I like it. A lot of buy volume in here. Look at that. So we talked about this too, like how people might have been scared on that news. Yeah, this looks good. What time is it? 12:30. You still got some time left today, But like I said, AbbVie typically doesn't have huge moves, so it's one of those that the contracts, like, tomorrow those contracts, they're probably not that, there's probably not much premium on them now even, but overnight they're going to decay more, and those contracts aren't real expensive to play because nobody's really expecting a big move. So none of those contracts, those AbbVies, the 82s. Let's see, for what we have. We had next week's 82s. Oh, they're 84 by 86 cents. Like there's not much juice on them. Am I looking at that right? November 15th, yeah, 82s. 84 by 86. It's not like they're real expensive. And you could, potentially get back up here, 82.50. We did hit 83, 83.40. Probably not this week, but perhaps by next week, maybe.
You didn't sell on the news? All my longer term stuff in AppV, I still have. I sold a little bit around 82, some commons around like 82.50 or something. Was it day before yesterday, I think? And picked them back up under 82 just to capture that move. But yeah, I'm still holding this long. But you get this move here. Let's see if it pops up through 81.94. But yeah, this looks good. I mean, I like the setup. Got to get the continuation here. Until this gets through, you don't know if it's going to pull back here and test this, or if you're going to get a pop, couple green candles. Right now it looks like pop, but we'll see. I mean, it looks bullish as hell. So there you go. There's your pop. And I think with that, like the news, dropping it to where it did, and it recovering like it is, I feel a lot better about, you know, holding something to next week. Let's look at broke 81.94. Yep. 81.96, 81.97. Yeah. I like it. If you're still in them, I like to play. Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Like I said, my concern was the drop that it was taking on that headline. I didn't know when that was going to stop. It looks like it stopped. Yeah, I know. Well, and Bobby, it's, you know, we've been through this chart. Like, you know, I went through the entire, you know, why I was buying down here. I totally agree with you. This has been, AbbVie has made my, definitely made my quarter. I've played it a bunch. I like it. For a YOLO, let's see, is there any volume on these? Like, and I've done well on AbbVie, like short term on these kinds of moves. You know, this was a nice recovery here. Nice bounce. Let's look at the 15-minute here. You're still, look what you're coming up into though. So let it, you know, I would expect to see a little resistance here, maybe. You know, right in the 82 to 82.15 could be a difficult area. It might go right through that, but I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if we encounter some resistance there.
Let me look at. See if we can zoom in here a little bit. You know, there was some back and forth action here. So there may be some more. But yeah, this move is nice. Good play on that, Bobby. To stay in that. And you know, that ascending wedge that you had identified. Really nice move. Just know, you know, keep an eye on this. That's awesome, Bobby. That's awesome. That's what it's all about, right? That's why we have the community in Black Box. See, there's your little pullback there off the whole number, that 82. I did not want that or that. Supernova, welcome. It's a new name I haven't seen before. Oh, Superman. Sorry. The screen's that's a little far away and a little small. Sorry about that. Superman, what do you trade? Abby's sucking me in again. It just wanted to keep me on my toes. S&P? As in, are you trading specific tick? Oh, what the hell was that? Yeah, look at that drop. On SPY. Oh. Another headline. Oh, just back and forth. Yeah, Sarah, that's a headline. Or a tweet or something. Look at this. Another algo candle. White House plan faces fierce internal opposition to roll back tariffs. That was the headline. The White House plan to roll back tariffs faces fierce internal opposition. I swear these algos, they see tariff and it's just, whew, all right, let's take it down. Just insanity. Yeah. Insanity. J-Bug, I'll tell you why. Because all the reports, and trust me, I tried to short Juul MO for this reason. But all the reports, if you go look at them, I'm not saying it's safe, right? But I used to smoke, and I don't anymore. I've quit to vape. But if you go look at the reports and the cases, they are buying garbage. Yeah, they're buying stuff out of the trunk of somebody's car. It's all black market cartridges. I don't, that's not what I'm doing. This is strictly nicotine. And I don't buy it out of the trunk of somebody's car. It's not homemade. So, that's why. Just ridiculous here. How come Juul got shut down? The reports that I saw there was a few, and I don't think they definitely have issues. And I shorted them because Walmart pulled them off all the shelves, as did Walgreens, and I was shorting all along the way, and it didn't work. Luckily, I had some calls for a hedge, but it didn't work out. But yeah, most of the reports, if not all of them that I've seen, were black market cartridges, and Juul was in the news because it was mostly cartridges for Juul devices. So, and they've had some questionable marketing practices and things like that historically. Have you read Ernest Chan's book? No, I can't say that I have, nor am I familiar with it. Yeah. So there you go. It came back and it tested that trend line again. Tested the 200 MA. Bounce there. So for that kind of drop, bounced right back. Superman, what is that book? I'd have to go look it up. I don't know anything about it. For charting, I use TradingView. Nice.
Yes, that's an affiliate link. But yeah, I use TradingView for charting. Mostly because I like the way that, I can run everything in tabs. The layouts and stuff are super flexible. There's wherever Michael is. Getting a little pullback there on Bud. And I can run, I got a lot of tabs in a lot of different windows with charts open, and I like that I can just flip through them. It just feels natural and fast and efficient. And the Qs here, still dropping. SPY still dropping. Yeah. Whoever was in here earlier asking about, can UVXY hit 19? Well, shit, if that continues. Maybe. God damn, I love Myrtle Beach. Nice. Pending deposit from RH to TD. You'll be happy. You'll be happier there. Potentially. But this 15-minute chart, I like what I see here. TD got a lot of new clients. Yeah, I would imagine so. I think all the brokers did, I would guess, or did TD do something? That would have been smart marketing, right? I'm wondering ultimately, like, what's going to happen with that, right? You know, all the people that played that, and they were selling puts, right, and then buying shares, selling puts against them. I believe is the way that I read it. A lot of new accounts everywhere. Trading is very popular. Yeah. Well, anytime, so there's two things that happen. We're getting into what is typically like a more bullish season time of year, and markets at all-time highs, then it gets talked about so much more. You get a lot of new people that come in, lose a lot, and flush out. And Myrtle Beach, that's what I'm wondering is ultimately, you know, these people with these accounts, if they have $1 million margin call that they're not going to cover, they're not going to be able to cover. I just wonder what's going to happen. It'd be interesting. Make sure I got this stop in on ring still. Is it filled? No. They're like, puts didn't work. Let me try calls. I bet that there's someone who did the same, but with Apple calls. More bearish Tesla alerts. Yeah, let me go look at Black Box. Some more, let's see, there was this 12K sweep. I'm looking at PayPal to see if they flipped out of those yet. These are at the bid and below the bid, same expiration. So it looks like more of those have flipped out. Tesla. Let's see what we see on Tesla here. $160K sweep. When was that? 3 minutes ago. $160K sweep for the 342. Oh, they paid $8 for those though. 342.50. So 334.50 is what they're shooting. So they're still paying $2.50 premium on those. And those were for this week. Okay, we just got, okay, those are blocks though. 2 more blocks that just came in. And this being that far, let's see, 400 strike for March 20th. And they sold those at the bid, almost $200,000. They might just be collecting premium, who knows? What makes you think the PayPal contracts? Well, I don't know that they have PB, but what I'm seeing is a couple of sweeps trickling in. Same strike, same expiration at the bid, and at a lower price. This one was below the bid for $30K. I don't know, there was a lot of sweeps, at and above the ask. I'm not seeing like a flurry of them coming through at the bid, but there's been a couple that looks like, they flipped out. but it's not like they've come in and, you know, I haven't seen them dropping like flies yet. One o'clock, my time. Got an hour left. And at least for right now, AbbVie just climbing this hill. Let's go look at Bud. I was gonna price those contracts out and see what they look like. Maybe give them a week. What do they want for those? 78.15. Not too bad. 60 cents in premium or something. Out to next week. I mean, that was pretty clear rejection here. It tried to get up through and just right back down. But now you've still got, this is just chop right here. You know, you get a clean break to the downside with a little momentum, and you could see, you know, some continuation possible. I'll go back and look at it if it gets back down there. Q's bouncing back, SPY's bouncing back, at least at the moment. It's been fun with these big algo candles though, huh? Cat and butter, your plays today. Cat, big sell-off. Triple top was rejected. Oh, I didn't go back and look at that one. But if Cat starts dropping, there's a lot of room there for sure. Yep, it did reject, didn't it? I wonder if Pete is short Cat yet. I wouldn't be surprised. Any others? Let's see. Intraday traders. Superman mostly. I'd say for the most part, like, you know, I've got longer term stuff, but, you know, for the most part, intraday, you know, 2-3 day swings, that kind of stuff. Swinging is a little more difficult, you know, right now, but AbbVie moving. She is. She likes to run into the close sometimes too. Just be careful on Fridays. It's Let's see. Where are we at on those? 82s. They're up about 12%. This ABR, I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but I've owned this thing for quite a while, and I can't remember the last time I saw it up this high. It's a REIT. It's not something that I day trade or anything like that, but I have not seen it look like this. Player, thank you. Welcome. Yeah. Bobby, I did. I did. Infamous. Super genius, man. Sweet. Wow. Okay, please. By all means. I could use some enlightenment today. Uh-oh, here we go. Let's see what he's got. I mean, this is not like ABR's happy place or like normal. What is this? 22 hours ago, there was some news on convertible senior notes I did not look at. Let's see. I like to just give it a good with my. Okay, I don't see how that's helpful. Good afternoon. New here. Do you trade options? Yes. Juan Simba. Primarily trading options. All right, player. You might be the first person. I've been here for 2 weeks. You might be the first person that I decide doesn't need to be here. Yeah. J-Bug, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. You know, it wouldn't be nearly as worthwhile if I was here by myself. All right, player, listen. Listen. This is TradingView. That's what I use to chart with. Yeah, J-Bug. You know, I'm listening to both. I've got Black Box Discord. You know, I'm monitoring what's going on in chat. I keep Black Box open. You know, I'm watching for flow and alerts, and then watching these charts. TradingView. You're a troll on Silicon Investor? Awesome. Your name is banned? I wonder why. Dude, you can be. That's fine. Where do I get my news? Google News? No. Okay. Can since you told me that, and I asked you nice, can you not troll here in chat? Because I'd appreciate it. No, I use PB. I had to get out of that one. I got tired of staring at it. Did it continue to drop? I get my news from a couple places. I've got Fidelity over here, so I'm watching the news there, and then in Black Box, you know, Black Box has the Fly plugged in, so we get the news from the Fly. And then I'm also listening to Discord main chat, and so anytime a headline comes out, it gets talked about. Good things for you.
So I just wanted to peek at ABR. Like I said, not something I'm playing intraday, but this is not a normal move, you know, for this ticker. I got in it for, you know, like it was like down in the 12s, and it was, you know, dividend potential growth, you know, planned on playing it up to, yeah, I didn't think it'd be up here, but 14. Yeah, so player, if you're wondering, I get news from The Fly, which is built into the platform that I use to watch options flow. We get news from The Fly is streamed into there. I have Fidelity open on a screen to my left, so that gives me news on watch list items and things like that. And then Blackbox has their own Discord server with a bunch of mods in there, and when headlines come out, they get talked about. So The Fly, Fidelity, and Discord. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of, PB, is that once it broke this, I didn't want to just watch it, you know, watch it bleed. So I don't use interactive brokers. I have tried it in the past. Nothing wrong with it. I have accounts with Fidelity and E-Trade. All Robinhood, all the time. No. Fidelity and E-Trade. And I actually was going to like consolidate and move to one, but there's been a few times where I've had issues in one or the other, and the other acts as a backup. Dude, I have no reason to. I don't need to switch. Hey, if it's what you're comfortable with, and I actually had Lightspeed for a while, they were awesome. But, you know, yeah, for sure, PB. JBug, I do, but I don't. You know, different type of play. Player, I get it. You like it. If it works for you, that's awesome. You know, that's what makes the markets is different opinions, and I don't have anything against them, but I'm comfortable with what I'm using, so I have no reason to move. You know how much it hurts not to be able to trade just watching Cease die after I called it at 29.50 sitting here watching my imaginary puts double in price. Yeah, that happens. Donkonometry. Thanks for the follow.
Any recommendations on Roth IRA? I'm considering opening one up, but I don't know which brokerage to go to, especially don't want to pay high fees. Do you have a 401k somewhere right now? Maybe it's easiest to, if you do already have that set up, to kind of keep them in the same spot, make it easier to manage. Good God, player, come on, man. I'm giving you a lot of rope here. Please. I'm a nice guy. I'm patient. If you really want to hang out and, that's fine, but thank you. I appreciate it. About 2 weeks ago, yeah, very, very recently started streaming this, mostly because there was questions coming in a lot of the same questions that were coming in. I'm like, why don't we just do this, live and talk through support, resistance, and trends and alerts and stuff like that. So, Charlie was on here yesterday, the day before, which was really cool. He was planning on coming back today. I don't know what he's got going on, but he'll likely be on here with me tomorrow for a little while. This stream has helped me a lot since a newbie. Bender, thank you again. Cheers. CFAB. That's what it's all about, man. I'm glad and happy that that makes it worth it for sure. Tomasito, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You guys rock. I want to talk about if you shred the NAR or not. Who are you talking to? I snowboard, but holy shit, player. Yeah, I snowboard. Looking forward to it this year. Yes, player. Yeah, Keystone I go to every now and then. J-Bug, yeah, just south of Denver. Oh, player, are we into personal questions? Has your mom ever had a drug problem? Yeah, just south of Denver. What point do you think Blackbox is good investment in regards to trading account size? Still fairly new to most of this. I think honestly, I don't know that there's an account size. I don't know that that's the right question to ask. I think it's more like when you're committed to being patient, to learning. There's a lot of people in here. PB, I appreciate that. Thanks. I think there's a lot of people in here that trade smaller accounts, trade one contract at a time. And it's, developing that, trying to develop some discipline, develop a strategy. And there's a lot of value in the platform. I love the platform. I've been here since, I've been with Blackbox since before we were jumping on voice, conference call bridges to do this, to have conversations. And when I started, it was for the platform, and I helped them set up the Discord server for them, and what you can learn from some of those conversations in Discord is just it's just priceless in my opinion.
Small account, black box is awesome learning tool, great investment, coupled with their Discord room. Listen to the moderators, watch Bender's stream. I have to learn patience. Oh, I have learned to have patience. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's huge, right? So, hey, Turtle Beach. Yeah, you've been here for a while. I'm having all green days. Bobby, that's awesome. Juan Simba says the market is tanking. I did see the SPY. Yeah, definitely some drops coming in. For sure. US, let's see. 18 minutes ago, Wall Street gains as China and US agree to remove tariffs in phases. Obviously, we got that headline that there was internal, resistance in doing that. Let's see. Bobby says, Major Green. I love it. I love it. Bobby, go share that. Let people know. And I feel the same way. Like I learn so much in this room every day. Every time Pete gets on and starts, one of his putting on a clinic, like there's so much to learn. 112, baby, I've never seen 113. So I will say, Bobby, to hear you say that, and then to look at this, and see that this shows me, how long you've been sitting here asking questions and watching and that sort of thing. Like, that's awesome. Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. And you don't. All you gotta do is say, hey, this is working. Like, nobody needs to know specifics. If it's working and it's making you better, that's awesome. Michael Dean. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been here every day, a couple minutes before the bell, 5 to 10 minutes before the bell. I try to, but I have been here every day this week, 5 to 10 minutes before the bell. And I'm typically here, after the close, if anybody's got any questions or wants to chat about anything, then, I usually hang out and, see if I can help. Give you a shout out. Right on, Bobby. I appreciate it. What do we got here? 22 minutes left. Superman, I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to hop off for just a minute. Need to walk around. We got 30 minutes-ish into the close. So, awesome, Bobby. Awesome. Yeah, so I'll be right back, guys.
All right, how about now? Is that working? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what was going. I just removed the audio source and then added it back in. So I want to look at ATVI real quick for you, Donka. So what did you get? You got ATVI 5750, 1122. ATVI 5750. Thanks, Sarah. 1122. Yeah, so did they already report, or was it after hours? Q3 earnings. Ooh. So they report after the bell? Yeah. Ooh. 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 After hours, yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. How much... what percentage are you down on these contracts? And were they a YOLO play, or were you trying to get some action on the run up into ER? Michael, yes, sir. I am. Donka, if you give me a little context, at this point in the day, your only hope, you either sell them and take what you can off the table, depending on how much you're down. If you're only down, say you're down 15, 20%, I would probably dump them. That's just me, right? I would take my 70, 80%, whatever off the table and, try to get it back on direction tomorrow maybe, but I might have a White Claw if Bud drips in a day. There you go. That's a good way to celebrate that. But if you're down, if they're not worth anything and you're already down, 80% or something, I don't know what those, let me go see what those contracts are worth, because I don't know. But, there are times where I've held something too long and, it turns into, okay, do I take the $40 or do I, just hope for the best? So you got 2 weeks on them. 1222 5750s. 5750s for $1. They're $1.16 by $1.18 right now. I mean, I don't like to hold stuff through ER. It's just but I also don't follow ATVI real close. It is. It gets exhausting. Yeah. I mean, do you have support here? Like, if it wasn't for ER, you've got this consolidation period that it's been in since early October for the most part. I'd say you're near an area that should catch some support, but with ER, I don't think I'd be risking it unless I had, unless I really had a firm reason to think that they were going to, put up really good numbers. And, even then it's a risk, but, you kind of got to call that one.
BB7, it was hard to keep up with. Like, I found myself leaving them up there and not moving them, and I got to find a better way. You didn't plan to hold 3 ER, but it tanked hard and was going to liquidate half of the contracts beforehand and hold the rest through, but it looks like you're all in at the moment. Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's the answer, right? Liquidate some of them, take some of that risk off. If they do really well and it does, make a jump after hours, you may make some of that money back on the small portion of the percentage that you held on to. If it doesn't do well and it decides to drop, you don't get hurt as bad. And, if they do well and it starts moving up, play it tomorrow. Get back in. But, I don't, if you're red and you're hoping for ER to bail you out, that's not the right way to go about it. And you might be taking more risk than what you should be with that, but those AbbVies are up about 15%. And honestly, I'll probably take a little off the table. I was planning on swinging these, but I did add once here. So, I probably won't risk the entire position swinging it overnight. Again, I still have long-term stuff in AbbVie, so I only asked because I totally missed your RNG entry. It's just cool to see as it can reaffirm something I may be seeing. Yeah, man, I'd love to put that up there. It's hard to maintain with everything else that I have going on. I mean, I'll take a picture and show you guys, tomorrow of like what's in front of me, but I've got 4 monitors here and 2 additional computers. I got my main machine with 4 monitors. I got 2 additional machines. I got 2 cameras. I got batteries. I got lights. I'm trying to pay attention to Discord because I'm a moderator there. I'm trying to follow what's going on in Blackbox. And review charts with you guys and try to, find my own trades. So it's a lot to keep up with. I'm up 12% on those AbbVies, so not a ton. I just got in them a little bit ago, and I'll likely hold some, swing some, but I don't need to swing the entire position. Just because you never know what's going to happen overnight. Bobby, small position. Like if I swing anything, I'm going to size down before the end of the day. Just because I don't know what could happen or come out overnight. So. There's a pullback there towards the end of the day here. See if this trend line holds. Donka, whatever you do, man, I wish you the best of luck. I hope you get out. But I would just, reduce some risk. So S&P still dropping, SPY dropping. Repeater bearish alert just came through on BABA. Juniper 2563, so it's dropping.
I mean, the market conditions as a whole today certainly didn't help you with ATVI. Yeah. If it's news, go for it. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Turtle Beach, thanks for asking too. I appreciate it. What was the news? What are you talking about? Myrtle Beach, I'm missing it, man. What? Kidding you on what? Alaska Airline will give priority boarding to anyone holding a Starbucks cup. Are you serious? What? God. Ah, jeez. You're gonna have people in the airport digging through trash cans and or just like stealing Starbucks cups. Or digging through trash cans to find them. Like, oh, just grab one in the trash can real quick at the Starbucks window. That's insane. So Pete is playing Disney into the close here. He's not going to hold it to the end of the day. But he said historically, my strengths are not scalping, but historically, they run into the close before earnings. So. Hell is my mouse? Con airplane food. I fly Southwest all the time. It's like you have a C-45 boarding pass, sit down. Yeah. One Simba, are you looking at any options plays for tomorrow expiration? I like Baba puts and Baidu puts. What do you think? This late in the day, I'm not looking to get in any new positions to swing into tomorrow. I like Fridays because, yeah, you can get weekly expirations on something that's moving fast, and you can get them cheap. Now, if you're playing puts on Baidu or Baba, you know, I don't like to take that kind of risk overnight just because, you know, I don't know what the next headline is going to be, right? So, I mean, you saw what happened this morning. First thing this morning, if you were in Baidu puts or Baba puts and you swung them overnight, what would have happened to you this morning? You know, I think I'd rather sleep knowing that, you know, I don't have to worry about it. If there's a headline overnight, not really going to impact me that much. You know, those, if you were holding puts overnight, I just don't. Player, it's not the new IRC. It is not the new IRC. Maybe it is. I don't know. Whatever. I shouldn't say that. Everything's getting a little pop here. I wonder if Amazon's going to run into the close. If you look at and Pete was just saying this, and I usually keep the tick and the trend up, but he said this move, you know, the tick is muted, so there's really not any power or strength behind it. Behind this end of day, you know, little end of day rally here, there's not really anything behind it. I mean, Simba, it's, you know, it's your risk, like how you like to, you know, how you like to trade. Everybody trades different. They have different strategy. You know, mine is I tend to take less risk, and I've gotten hurt more times, like, you know, playing something that I thought was going to happen overnight or over the weekend or something like that, and it, you know, more times than it's worked, it's hurt me. Now it's different if you're playing, you know, like Pete playing super long term, buying calls or puts, you know, out to March or April. Like these little moves and stuff don't impact that nearly as much. But when you're talking about swinging a Friday expiration overnight, I don't like to take those kinds of risks. Unless it's a YOLO and you're like, okay, it's $30. Like, you know, if I lose the $30, like, I'm okay with it. It's not a big deal. I'm willing to buy that scratch ticket. Go for it. But I also can say that I probably, you know, if I stopped YOLOing things, I would probably save myself a few points a year in losses. So, we get about 7 minutes, and then we'll have ERs. And I'll for those of you that aren't on Black Box, if you're on Black Box, when the ERs start, feel free to, you know, mute me or whatever if you want to come back and hang out and chat for a little bit. You know, after the ERs come out, I'll still be around. But if you're not a Black Box member, I'll feed in the audio for a little bit while we cover ERs, so you can get a sense of like how we cover them and what we talk about and that sort of thing. It usually doesn't take too long, but depending on the number of ERs that are coming out after hours. And in Black Box in Discord, a lot of us don't, you know, most of us say don't play ERs. So they bet exercises. So they're betting, it sounds like burpees, on Disney ER. Oh, we got to do our red-green check in Black Box today. I got to do that real quick. So if you're listening here on Twitch, go answer the red-green check poll today. Hey, Teresa, I just did the red-green check. So anyone that's listening, go. We want to see how everybody's doing today. You're welcome. I'm sorry, you cut out there. Did you say 5? Oh, God, no, I'm out. That's too risky for me. I don't take that much risk. Oh. CMCSA reclaimed the D trend line today. It actually opened back in it, holding a 4460 support line. I have into close so far. Yeah, I got calls in CMCSA and comments in CMCSA, mostly on Pete's analysis, which I looked at, I watched, and agreed with it, and said, yeah, I like it long term. So I do have some. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Poor NVIDIA. Little drop into the close. And I'm also going to be looking at, so the Black Box has this post-market scanner, this after hours post-market scan, which will reset here shortly. And we'll see the big movers and where the volume's at after hours. And I keep an eye on that. Use that to go, okay, I want to look at that tomorrow. Amazon's under 1800, 1784. Big drop. Decent sized drop on Amazon. CFAB, I just heard that. I saw you. Nice work on Disney. Well done. You got a shout out there. Regular barbecue guy. I don't know where he's been. Dude, where you been? I haven't seen him on Twitch today. Oh, he's at the racetrack. Oh, no, maybe that's somebody else. We're getting a buzz cut. Yeah, that's, from 1810-ish, where was it? 1814 down to 1785 today. Little pullback. Broke the trend after Pete got in, which I didn't like, but today's action was nice. Yeah, I mean, I've glanced at it a few times. I can see the position that I have in common, so I'm kind of paying attention to it. Not really focusing super heavy on the chart because those calls are out to March. So, I'm going off that long-term support. It's, support area. So the hell was that?
And we're closed. Cool. So we got a little bounce here on SPY. I am going to, as soon as the ER start. So if you are in Black Box and listening to ERs there, you don't need to listen to them here because I don't really talk much. I might give it a reaction on something, but
So anyway, Maria has the floor. We get through the ERs, and then we'll do Q&A Thursday. Very nice job. Very nice.
That is money.
Way to go.
I can pay the insurance for the porch.
That's the way to lower your costs on a nice job of. That's the way to lower your cost on those Teslas, Amazon, so you don't have to pay the 10, 15, 20 bucks. You do verticals. Nice job, brother. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to you, actually. And
Doesn't mean, man.
it's
Okay, guys, so
everything
Maria's gonna-
about the knowledge.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to ask you not to talk over Maria, please. So these should be hitting here pretty soon.
Booking reports Q3 EPS $45.36. The consensus was $44.57. Q3 revenue $5 billion on a consensus of $5.07 billion. Q3 gross travel bookings were $25.3 billion, an increase of 4% year over year. And that's all I have so far. TTD reports Q3 adjusted EPS 75 cents on a consensus of 67 cents. Q3 revenue 164.2 million on a consensus of 163.79 million. So a miss on
Maria, you said TTD that was?
Yep, 164.2 versus 163.79. EPS was 75 versus 67.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Trade Desk sees Q4 revenue 213 million on a consensus of 211.56 million. Dropbox reports Q3 EPS 13 cents on a consensus of 11 cents. Q3 revenue 428.2 million on a consensus of 423.48 million. Top and bottom line beat for them. AAXN reports reports Q3 non-GAAP EPS 28 cents on a consensus of 26 cents. Q3 revenue 131 million on a consensus of 122.74 million. TTD raises full year 19 revenue view to at least 658 million from 653 million. The consensus was 656.15 million. Booking sees Q4 EPS $21.50 to $22. The consensus was $23.49. They see Q4 year-over-year growth in revenue and constant currency of 1 to 3%. Dropbox reports Q3 paying users 14 million versus 12 million last year.
I don't know. I don't see any news on them
AAXN
yet.
raises 2019 revenue view to 500 to 510 million.
Or maybe it was just kind
from
of beat up
485
and
to 495 million.
you
The
know.
consensus was
I don't know.
489.37.
Nice pop though. Is it back down to
Disney reports
1788.
Q4 X items
65.
$1.07. The consensus was 95 cents. Q4 revenue 19.1 billion. The consensus was 19.04 billion. So
So Disney, it sounds like reported well. Maybe. It sounded like TTD missed, but then maybe guided up.
TTWO reports Q2 EPS
Saw the
63
Disney
cents
pop.
on a consensus of $1.68. Q2 net bookings 950.5 million. The consensus was 925.56 million. GAAP net revenue grew 74% to 857.8 million, as compared to 492.7 million in last year's fiscal second quarter. GoPro reports Q3 non-GAAP EPS minus 42 cents on a consensus of minus 48 cents. Q3 revenue 131 million. The consensus was 126.35 million.
GoPro beat. For anyone interested. Disney
TTWO
136.
sees
Wow.
Q3 EPS $1.39 to $1.49. The consensus was $1.89. They see Q3 net bookings
Beat and
860
got
to
up. I thought there
910
was.
million.
I thought there. I saw.
The
I thought
consensus
I heard
was
miss. I thought
928.14 million. So they are guiding down for the next.
For some reason I thought I heard miss, but guided up. But
Disney's going to be fun. They could hit a new AT.
Yep. TTWO cuts full year 20 EPS view to $3.38 to 363 from 371 to 396. The consensus was 471. They are raising their full year 20 net bookings view to 2.75 to 2.85 billion from 2.6 to 2.7 billion. The consensus was 2.8. Yelp reports Q3 EPS 14 cents on a consensus of 19 cents. Q3 revenue 262.5 million on a consensus of 262.25. GoPro sees Q4 non-GAAP EPS 74 to 84 cents on a consensus of 84 cents.
75 cents a share, which beat analyst consensus of 67.
GoPro backs 2019 revenue growth of 69%.
15% increase over
The
earnings.
consensus was 1.23.
Company reported quarterly sales of 164, which beat the estimate of 163. Small beat. And they guided up, right? Yeah, Disney beat.
Disney reports Q4 media networks revenue of 6.51 billion versus 5.33 billion a year.
Media networks revenue up
That is a 22% increase.
a lot.
ATVI reports
22%.
Q3 adjusted EPS 38 cents on a consensus of 23 cents. Q3 net bookings 1.21 billion on a consensus of 1.16.
Disney is looking pretty.
ATVI sees Q4 adjusted EPS 43 cents on a consensus of $1.27.
Ooh,
They see Q4 net bookings 2.65 billion on a consensus of 2.75 billion. Disney reports
that's
Q4
not good.
parks, experiences, and products revenue of 6.7 billion. That's an 8% increase.
Disney reported well. It sounds like. We don't have guidance yet, I don't think, but
ATVI sees full year 19
yeah.
adjusted EPS $2.13
You see
on a
that.
consensus of 221. Full year 19 net bookings 6.33 billion on a consensus of 6.37 billion.
I mean, based on what I heard, ATVI didn't sound all that great. Not, I don't
Disney
know
reports Q4 studio
how much that was
entertainment revenue
posted.
3.31 billion versus 2.18 billion a year ago. That's a 52% increase.
I mean, all I'm hearing right now is
It
ATVI
says
or Disney.
segment operating income increased 79% as well.
Did they say net operating
She is just
expense
continuing
increased?
to crank.
Yeah,
She'll take-
that'll be fun.
That's gonna be so much fun. Rocky, did you hold yours through? Are you still in your Disney?
SGMS reports Q3 EPS 15 cents on a consensus of minus 4 cents. Q3 revenue 855 million on a consensus of 851.14 million.
Noodles, that's awesome, sweetie. Yeah, I think she takes, well, she should take out the 140. Could do it tonight.
Who, Denny?
Are you in with Rocky on Disney?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Rocky
she
was
might.
in the marches, right? Didn't he go into
Yeah,
March?
yeah, he's out. March. Yep.
Me too. That's what
Very nice. Lenny's in Disney for the end of November, 134s. Very nice.
Switch reports Q3 EPS 2 cents on a consensus of 4 cents. Q3 revenue 117.6 million on a consensus of 113.18 million.
And Disney's just cranking, huh? That'll be fun tomorrow for sure.
Did you guys read this breaking news from 10 minutes ago on the Wall Street Journal? It says after Beijing said the US and China would roll back tariffs as part of the trade deal, questions remained over whether the US agreed to such a move.
Yeah, that was what caused that when I was asking about that big drop earlier, when I was telling you
That
that
was from earlier? Okay. This hit
Yeah.
my Wall Street Journal breaking news 11 minutes ago. Okay, well, I'm glad I asked. Thank you. Crazy.
Well, what came out is that Trump is getting pushback from his advisors. They can't figure out what they want to say.
Somebody in here was in Zillow, right?
Switch raises 2019
They're up.
revenue outlook to 454 to 465 million. The consensus was 446.88.
God, I see these goog puts.
Kristen, do you mind checking something for me?
I don't at all. What's up, darling?
Can you check the ask and bid on Switch and where the price is now on your system?
I've got 1551 and 1626.
The price hasn't moved.
No, there's no activity on Switch. Like there's nothing.
Okay, thank you. The bid is about a dollar over where it closed, right? I'm not seeing that wrong.
Where did she close?
1453.
1453. Yeah, 1551 and 1626. Now, she just
So,
popped.
Masito, if who raised guidance or not, Disney? Or TTD? TTD, I'm guessing.
FSLY reports Q3 EPS minus 13 cents on a consensus of minus 13 cents. Q3 revenue 49.8 million on a consensus of 48.05. Zillow reports Q3 adjusted
ATVI,
EPS
okay.
minus 12 cents on a consensus of minus 22 cents. Q3 revenue 745.2 million on a consensus of 714.01 million. Monster Beverage reports Q3 EPS 55 cents on a consensus of 54 cents. Q3 revenue 1.13 billion on a consensus of 1.11.
Hey, Maria.
Yeah.
You know what? I got disconnected and I've been doing a couple things, but TTD, their ER, they beat and they raised, and the stock's down 11. This is interesting.
So hold on, let me pull it back.
I said a beat on revenue, beat on EPS.
So,
And
Master
I thought you when you said I got
Tomacito, it looks like they were lowering guidance just a little bit.
Too.
Yeah, it does say that. 164.2
Guides,
versus
Q4 EPS
163.79.
below
Q4
consensus.
213 versus
Revs
211.
just below consensus.
Full year 658 from 653. I wonder if it just wasn't a big enough beat.
Yeah, I mean their
Or
valuation.
one of those funky line items.
Guidance for
you know,
Q4
deferred
sees
rent or
GAAP
something.
EPS of 29 cents versus 42.
Rocky, did you hold your
S&P
Disney?
Capital IQ GAAP
Yeah, but I
consensus
only have
sees
one. I
Q4 revs
suck.
of
You know, I should have held. I had 3, and I suck.
plus or minus
Come on, Rocky, you're
2.65
the
billion
best.
versus
Rocky, I thought you had
2.69
10.
billion.
Dang it.
No, I down earnings.
You were so funny. I have 0, so you have me beat, sweetie.
Look at
There is a-
spike. G-dot spike.
Did you see the nice butterfly that I put there?
I did, Alfonso. I did, darling. I don't generally play that those types of plays, but I did see it. Very nice.
Hells, you're the best.
No, I played 4 or 5, and half of them pay, and the other ones pay for themselves. I mean, I just based on the expected
Lon, are you
move,
done with work?
and I don't care about the bias.
Do you have audio
Go
now?
Either way.
Right on, right on. Well, you caught the tail end of, we're so what
Name
you're
is
hearing
G-dot
right
spike.
now is the
Let's
Black Box
go,
Discord
baby.
chat, which
Let's see
is, for the Black Box members. I'm just kind of giving you guys a,
TrueCar reports Q3 EPS 0 cents on a consensus of minus 3 cents. Q3 revenue 90.6 million on a consensus of 88.1.
I didn't want to interrupt her. But giving you guys a sample of this is whenever there's ERs after hours, this is how we go through them. We, have a little conversation usually about what it means,
So
what's
how
going on.
Switch isn't until 4:30.
I already gave out Switch.
Oh, I missed it then.
They missed on EPS, they beat on revenues, and they guided they guided up, correct?
I believe. Let me double check.
Dang, I totally missed them. So now I've got them at 1575. Where do you need to be?
I'm good. I'm even Steven and have a little bit of profit.
Woohoo!
I'm very
It
good.
held, that
How's-
that helps.
Ms. Maria?
You were correct. They did guide up for the full year. I'm sorry. Yes.
The only thing that company generally needs is for a green initiative to come into play. And they will benefit greatly.
All right. RVLV reports Q3 EPS 13 cents on a consensus of 11 cents. Q3 revenue 154.2 million on a consensus of 152.84 million. They reported 1.4 million active customers in the trailing 12 months, a year-over-year increase of 33%. GH reports Q3 EPS minus 14 cents on a consensus of minus 37 cents. Q3 revenue 60.85 million on a consensus of 45.42 million. Nice beat for GH.
Stamp isn't out yet, right?
No, Stamp's at 4:30,
Thank you.
supposedly.
Teresa, for Stamp, I was thinking about playing 100 call on a 60 put, but then I thought if I did that, it'll go flat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's why I was asking.
I can never get it right. So I was like, if I play both, the sucker will go
I'm
flat
not even-
probably.
That one's crazy.
GH raises full year 19 revenue view to 202 to 207 million from 180 to 190. The consensus was 186.58 million. Gap CEO Art Peck to step down.
Lon, you'll have to tell me which one you're talking about that is entertaining. Is it the one that's reading off earnings or the other one? Just curious which one you're referring to.
This Gap sees Q3 adjusted EPS 34 to 36 cents on a consensus of 55 cents. Looks like they're pre-guided. Gap cuts full year adjusted EPS view to $1.70 to $1.75 from 205 to 215. The consensus was
Back to that.
TTWO no longer halted. It says, although it might be in a few minutes. SRPT reports Q3 EPS minus $1.15. The consensus was minus $1.35. Q3 revenue 99 million. The consensus was 98.3.
PB, congratulations, Sarah. Yeah, I think we were talking about stock halts in here a few days ago.
All right,
maybe?
Mario, is that the big ones?
Oh, geez, Lon.
We might have a couple
Are you
that are
is
gonna
that you're
come
watching me on
through
a
CWH,
PS4,
GDOT,
or you're just using
Planet
a
Fitness,
are you using like a Twitch app
and
on
then
a
Stamp.
console?
Okay.
But I can always shout those out when they...
Okay, you want to do that? And we can go through
Yeah,
some.
let's do that.
Okay, I'm not ERs. Crap. Okay, guys, it is Q&A Thursday. So if you have any questions, let's
Alright, I'm
get
gonna
those
mute
out there.
And real quick,
Discord.
I do have GDOT. GDOT
I'll let her read off
reported
GDOT.
Q3 adjusted EPS 20 cents on a consensus of 2 cents. Q3 revenue 240.4 million. The consensus was 233.95 million. They see full year 19 adjusted EPS 273. The consensus was 272. They see full year 19 revenue at the low end of 1.06 to 1.08 billion range. The consensus was 1.09 billion. Okay, now we can go.
Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions?
All right. Did TTWO beat earnings? I was not listening, but hold on a second. I can probably tell you. Yeah. So 63 cent reported. Let's see. It looks like no. So TTWO missed top line. Guides Q3 EPS above consensus. Bookings below consensus. Guides FY20 EPS below consensus. So that looks like a decent size. I mean, they reported GAAP earnings of 63 cents per share, which was 64 cents worse than the S&P Capital IQ consensus of 127. Net bookings rose 62% year to year to 950 million versus the 926 million consensus. Yeah, no worries. Lon, so I'm on your TV right now. Hey, I'm on TV. Look at that. Great. I'm on TV, and this time it's not on cops. All right, so I think we're done with earnings. End of the day here, if anybody has anything they want to look at, chat about, ask questions, teach everyone else something, whatever. I got a few minutes, so I can hang out for a little bit. And then I have some videos I got to go make. That's what I'm drinking today. Let's go Disney. PB, congrats. What are my thoughts on Disney tomorrow? I'm just going to go test 140. I might have picked up a couple commons. That's why I went over and looked at the longer term chart here. Let me get rid of... Oh, hold on. I want to look at Stamp real quick. I hope they tank. I don't know why. Let's go look at STMP. Oh, you shitheads. How are people still buying stamps? And I'm not in this one. I don't care. 1 second. Got to respond to a couple DMs here real quick. I just saw this article that one of our members posted in Black Box that Amazon's Fire TV will carry Disney Plus. So that could be interesting tomorrow for Roku. That was breaking news. Amazon has reached a deal with Disney to carry Disney Plus for streaming video service on Fire TV devices. Yeah. So I'm going to take a quick glance and see what Roku is doing. Is it dropping? Not yet. But how many Fire TV devices are there? A lot. I don't know. But, you know, if people thought for some reason that, you know, they didn't see the announcement yet that if they were out buying Roku to get Disney Plus, yeah, that could be interesting. Yes, it did go on for hours yesterday, and I'm not going to repeat it all. I'll just repeat that I don't think Roku does anything special or unique. And I think I like my Fire Sticks. And I have a Shield, and I like that. The Shield is awesome. But anyway. If you were short Roku, you would have liked the conversation. Yeah, the Shield is awesome. I agree. The Shield is really cool. I know. Lazio, NVIDIA. I built a lot of custom machines and stuff. I was in IT for like 20 years. And I like NVIDIA. Nice. I haven't been to their campus, and I've been out there a bunch, but I haven't been to their campus. I was always out there for go visit Palo Alto or Barracuda or somebody like that. Nice. Nice. Yep. I don't know how anybody affords to live there. Holy cow. I have this habit of like everywhere I go, I just pull up Zillow and I'm like, oh, what are people paying to live here? And damn, it's expensive. And Denver's not cheap, right? But that San Jose is insane. 2K in rent. Is that for like 350 square feet? Or like a bedroom? When I was looking at prices, I was like, I don't know how people, I could never imagine paying this much. When I'm looking at 1,400 square foot houses that are a couple $1,000,000, I'm just like, holy shit. Is Roku not really doing anything yet? Yeah. Oh, PB. Like, over $1,000,000, easy. And STMP is just cranking. All right. Anybody have any questions or anything to look at? I mean, I'll just hang out and chat too, whatever. Oh, you're in Miami? So I lived in Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, and then down in Key Largo. I was all over southern Florida for a couple years. 5, 6 years. 6 years? About 6 years. Yeah, I liked it. I was a scuba instructor and a boat captain, and I was a bartender at night in Key Largo. So I was in Fort Lauderdale for school. I went to Pro Dive, and then I moved down to Key Largo and took a job down there driving boats and making sure people don't drown. Key Biscayne, yeah, it's a cool area. I like Florida, like that southern Florida. I like. I mean, for the water. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I had a boat when I was down in Key Largo for a while, and we'd, take it down to like Isla Mirada and go hang out on the sandbar, go fishing, and I mean, I had a blast. Like, that stuff was awesome. And that stuff I definitely, that is something about Florida that I miss that I really, really enjoyed. And who knows? I may end up back there eventually. But Colorado's hard to beat too. I love it here. Yeah, really good fishing in Isla Mirada. For sure. So guys, if you have anything else, like, shout it out. I mean, I'm just listening to the Q&A and Black Box in case something comes up that, you know, I can chime in on or help. But TTD could be interesting tomorrow. It loves to run both ways. I haven't put any lines on the chart yet. We can check it out. Yeah, I can go back. I actually have a TTD chart. I don't know if any of my lines are saved here because I tend to rebuild my charts a lot. But yeah, we can definitely take a look at it. I'll pull it up here in a minute. Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Lazu. Have a good night. PB, are you going to ski, snowboard? Hit the mountains? Where's Tech? 3 times, oh so nice. I don't know. Just it was just a fill-in. I asked you a streaming question earlier. What do you think of PG and or TMO? PG, Pistol Pete covered the chart. It actually, I recorded it because he was talking about it earlier. He likes PG long and bought some calls in them. Hit the mountains, change the scenery. Yeah. Oh, player's back. I was on my IBKR simulated paper login and it said I had 1 million and I thought it was an error and I was rich. Yeah. Oh, player. I'm so glad you're back. But yeah, PG PG looks good. It's at an area where, you know, let's pull up PG. And actually, I think I still have his. Hold on a second. I don't even have to go redraw this shit. Pete, I have it recorded, just to let you know. I grabbed that, dude. That like when that stuff comes up, it's like, oh, this is gold. I'm gonna grab this. So I have all that. I will. No. He was talking PG today. For sure. Yeah, no problem. And I'm just trying to save Pete some time, so I'll let you guys. Pete, you keep going. There you go. So this is what Pete was looking at on PG, and kind of where it's at, and he likes it right here at the bottom of this channel. So PB, do you? Oh, are you the one that's saying you're going to Keystone? Lon, man, I don't even like to talk about it, but I got tired of holding Microsoft in the 20s for years. Years. I have some now, but, I didn't buy it in the 20s. Bought it in the 80s. Had to buy it back. But I got tired. I got sick and tired of watching it. We all have that one or more than one, right? For sure. Oh, okay. Oh, you're going to Snowmass? Bring your checkbook, credit cards, and everything else. Nah, Snowmass is cool. I like it. It's far for me, so I don't go there very often. Spend most of my time at Winter Park and Copper, occasionally Loveland, or some other mountain, Beaver Creek, every now and then, but rare. Winter Park most often. That's where we get our passes to, and I don't like sitting on I-70 for 5 hours when the traffic's bad. But if you're coming from out of town to come visit, Snowmass is awesome. I mean, my favorite's Winter Park. It's huge, tons of terrain. For the most part, you get to skip the I-70 traffic, which I just can't stand sitting in traffic, like waiting to go through Eisenhower Tunnel. So, and I have 2 kids, and so I used to get passes to a lot more places, but now that it's, the last couple of years, it's like I'm buying passes for the whole family. We just go to Winter Park. And I don't really get to do the kind of riding that I want to do when they're all there. So, but Winter Park's awesome. It's a big mountain. And it still kind of has a little bit of that like local feel, not like a Vail or a, Snowmass or something like that. God, I went to Snowmass last year, and mid-mountain, we went to like the Johnny Rockets, and it was 2 cheeseburgers and 2 beers, and it was like $41. And I was like, what the hell? Like, just the straight up, they don't care how much they're charging. It was insane. It's just like, yeah, I'm mid-mountain and I'm, at Snowmass. I get it. But really? Like, that's pretty ridiculous. In Winter Park, you can go there and still get like a big beer for like $5. Yeah, I'll be watching Zillow. Definitely look at that tomorrow. I had a watch list that I was watching today of, companies that did okay. What is, look at this guy. It says it's up $3 on the day. Aspen is worse. Yeah, it's expensive as shit. J-Peak. So I have not, like, I've been to the Northeast, but I haven't gone there, like, for that reason, because I've always heard, like one of my buddies is good friends is from Connecticut, and he's just like, he comes here to ski, and he's like, don't ever go to the Northeast to ski. It's terrible. But I don't know. Yeah, and his place to go was Killington. I don't know where that is, and I have to guess Vermont's pretty small, right? So TTD 2-year, huge. 212.08. I don't know if I understand that. I'm trying to read it. Sarah, that's awesome. Hey, you want this extra pair of gloves? You've had extra gloves this whole time? Oh, Head and Shoulders. That's what you're saying. HNS. Got it. TTD, 2-year. Daily Huge Head and Shoulders. 21208 right. Okay, now I get what you're saying. Later, Bobby. Catch you tomorrow. Hey, keep your week solid like it is, right? Don't fuck it up on Friday. Pete's over here dropping knowledge again, and I'm not even paying attention. Drop on Uber. Let's see. PayPal getting downside off that news punishment. Great. Let's see. What's he talking about? God, I missed a lot of chat. All right, so he's talking about, I think he's talking about the Dow. Let's see, what did I miss here? JP has really built up, but now has indoor water park. Ask your friend about JP. Okay. I will. He doesn't live up there anymore, but he grew up in Connecticut. So he might not even be up to speed. Yeah, I guess you're, what'd you say, 212.08, right? 180.43. Just trying to see what you're, I mean, I see this, right? I also see it, at support here. What your thoughts are on the subject. Do you have any rules on how to add positions and roll out of positions? Do I have any rules? I kind of have my mental stops in place and that sort of thing. I try to, if something's going against me, you'll see me try to go, okay, where is my oh shit line? Like, where am I cutting this? But this, the size of my position typically depends on my confidence in the play and the setup and that sort of thing, and how much I'm willing to risk. And, I tend to, I'm trying to hear Pete too at the same time. I tend to, once I start hitting that 20-30% profit, then I tend to, trim a little off the top, try to lock in some gains. If I think it, has a chance to continue, I won't cut it all. But, I'll definitely, I start sizing down at like 25-30%, just to lock in the profit. Because too many times I've seen, you're like, all right, I'm up 30%, I'm up 40%, I'm up 50%, right? It shoots up, you're up 70-80%, and then what happens? Like half the time, it's like, okay, now I'm only up 18%. Well, I'm going to wait till it gets back to where I'm up 30%, and then I'm going to lock in the gains. It never gets there. It goes negative. So I just try to lock it in along the way, depending on the size of the position. I try to lock it in along the way and pay off and take the profit and ride some for free if I want to. And PB, I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about, where you're going for more gains. You're not happy with that 15, 20%, so you're going for more. And you don't lock anything in, right? So I try not to do that. Like lock some in, lock in the green, reduce your risk. If it wants to continue to run, let it run. Don't sell it just because it's up 20%, but look for those areas of resistance that might cause a problem. And if it starts pulling back a little bit, lock some in. Sarah, for sure. Yeah. And I'll tell you for sure, PB, Sarah, like, if you've seen any of those, like, there's been a few times I posted, whatever, and you see it in Discord all the time. But like a couple weeks ago, I had like 800% on Alta or something like that. That wasn't my entire position. I mean, I started with, and they were cheap when I bought them. So, maybe I started with, I don't even remember, 50 contracts or something like that. And then, when I'm up 100%, cool, I'm selling some. And then, holy shit, now I'm at 300%, I'm going to sell some more. To the point that, the 5 contracts or whatever that I'm holding that are left, if they go to 800% or 0, it doesn't even matter at that point. Because they're paid for, I've taken profit, made good money on it, I'm happy with what I have, even if those, couple contracts I have left, even if those go to 0, at that point it doesn't matter. At that point you're playing for fun, it's on house money, and you can let a little bit ride. And that's ultimately what you want is, let me get it to a point where it's paid for and it's green. I mean, that's kind of what I go for. Now, if you're in a smaller account, you can only buy a couple contracts at a time. You got to play it a little different. But the only way to build that small account, in my opinion, like the most consistent way, is 20% at a time. To build a smaller account. What?
You okay?
Yeah, I guess so. I gotta see if there's an anti-static shock collar, because I'm telling you, he walks around here and my monitors like flicker.
He can just lay in the bathroom. He doesn't need to be out here on the carpet.
Yeah, I suppose.
Just have to get this.
That's
paper,
fine. He's fine. Yeah.
Signed by a notary.
Okay.
For the house.
Okay.
But I do need to talk to you.
Okay.
About getting this thing submitted and this claim submitted and stuff.
Okay. Looks like Disney said something on the call. Let me go back and look. I'm not watching Disney at the moment. Roku, doing all right. Doesn't seem to care about that news, the Fire Stick news. 140, nice. Would you recommend trading options in Roth IRA? I do. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what's your goal, right? What are you trying to do? And I have several different accounts, right? I have like long-term accounts that I just kind of put stuff in and let it sit. I got a 401k that's for the most part ETFs and cash at the moment. And I have 2 different IRAs, one that I do trade options in and one that I don't. And then I have 2 brokerage accounts for different things. So it's all in what you want to do with the account, but yeah, I do. We should be listening to Pete at the moment. He said he had 10 minutes, and he's talking markets, market sentiment as a whole. OEM, what's up? I don't play a ton of. I'm playing mostly directional calls and puts, and I sell covered calls sometimes. And it's because I'm typically playing intraday. I don't do. Hold on, I'm gonna pipe this in for a second. You guys should hear this. Listen in on this.
Everything remained the same in purchase price.
Exactly,
So things that used to be like 1 lira went up to 1 euro. And it's like, whoa, hold on a second. It should have only been 50 cents, on the euro. But so there's a larger scheme of things, guys. I don't know. So when you look at time again, 2 years inverted head and shoulders. So I would say conservatively, let me give at least 50% to double that in order for this to play out. So for 2 years, I would expect that at least the right shoulder would play out. And we've already identified that the right shoulder is from 24.7 or 24.680 up to 27, right? So you're looking at, 500 points essentially
my
from
main
once
Roth
you
and
break
index
out,
funds and small
which we
trades.
already did, right? What do we have?
Traditional IRA and
24.6
index funds
up to
and
27,000. So that's
small
2,500
Roth
bucks.
for leveraged ETF.
So 27
portfolio.
takes you to 29.5. So that would be the move I would look for in the next year and a half. We could get it a lot quicker.
Yeah, Pete,
but
PD,
theoretically, I
the same
want to
thing.
give myself
I'm
time
listening
and allow
to
this
Pete in this year, and I'm
to
reading
work.
on this,
So,
here,
when I
and
sit down and at the end
I'm
of
hearing
the
him
year,
saying some stuff that I'm like, yeah, I should
I
be
look
paying
at the
attention to
10-year
this.
note and understand the volatility and how companies are valued with
PB, I put Discord on my phone speaker and here through my computer.
You could use them on your software. Let me see if I pull them out on here. So Thinkorswim, I don't use that. But again, I just look at price action. Right. So again, perfect example on Procter and Gamble. To that chart, you can see in a matter of 10 months, there's been 3 moves off the bottom of that channel. Right?
Here you go. Whoever was asking about Procter and Gamble.
3 moves into 10 months. I mean, through division, you're looking at 3 months and a quarter, or what's that equivalent to 13, 14 weeks that's happened within these moves. Every 3.5 months, you get this pullback 3.25.
There you go.
So that's how I do my calculation. So if this thing pulls, okay, in the past when this has happened at a minimum, it's taken on these moves, it's taken 3.5 months. Not at a minimum, but on average. And now you can say, well, shit, we pulled back right now, recently, right before down aggressively. And then it found that bottom, and then it went right back up, V-shape, where you really hadn't seen that before. I mean, you can look back in June. We had a little bit of that, but it wasn't all the way at the top of the channel. So that was an aggressive move back up, but then it came right back down. So in this time frame, when you're looking from October 1st, we went to the bottom of the channel, and by October 24th, within 3 weeks, we were back at the top of the channel. And then, 2 weeks later, we're back at the bottom of the channel. So you're looking at within a month and a quarter here, month and a half, it's been at the top twice, it's been at the bottom twice, which is not the norm when we're looking at 10 months. So for me, when I go look at it in my personality, my time frame, I say, hey, I have to give this thing at minimum 3 months for it to get to the top side of this channel. And if that plays out, guys, I'll take a picture and show you what the 3 month would. And this after this, I'm heading on now, guys. So it's 5 o'clock already, a little after. So if we were to look at this and say, let me me edit this and give myself some more time. All right, equities. Where's the time? Price axis, general. What the damn time is? Time axis. There it is. All right, so let's give this 80 bars. Well, let's do it 90 bars because that's 3 months essentially. All right. So I'm going to extend this to the right and extend this channel to the right. And here, guys, if you buy this, and I understand that options, you buy the option, you got to look at the stock. What's the stock doing? And then based off of that, then you're like, okay, well, shoot, what's the likelihood that this option is going to move based off of the stock price, right? So when we're looking at this, we can say, I just extended on the chart here. I'm going to draw some lines and take some pictures and show you guys what is a probability. And let me see. Let me change color on this. I'll make it. No.
Damn, my thumb is tired. OEMF, that's Pistol Pete. And if you go look at my, the videos I have on Twitch or on YouTube, you'll see more videos with Pistol Pete.
Hey, Pete.
What's up, Johnny?
No, it's
Blues
Girl.
Blues Girl. What's up, girl? I'm sorry. Damn, I always miss
Hey.
you.
Listen, whenever you get an opportunity, it doesn't have to be today, but I just wanted to gather your thoughts on IWM and Russell. I'm long that into January. I'm just thinking if we see, cyclical rotation and it moves into healthcare and industrials and some smaller caps, that IWM and Russell will continue to move to the upside.
Yeah, we touched on that. So here's this chart, guys, on Gamma. That's what might happen. That would be phenomenal. So if that happened, I never have to leave because they never broke the bottom side of that channel. Blues, we touched on that the other day, how it's not doing the same thing as all the other indexes. And again, today it hit its head. So when the board sits down and they decide, well, who are we going to move out like they do on every index? And in order to stay relevant, they're going to say, okay, who are we going to move out and who are we going to move in?
Damn, my thumb is
and based off of that,
can't you hook a keyboard up to?
You can't see. So what did they start doing? They
to a
at the beginning,
PlayStation? Pretty
a
sure
while
you
back
can.
now, they started adding
You don't have
airlines
to
to the
use
S&P. Well, why? Because oil was flowing back, and those energy companies
how many
were
Black Box
hurting
members are there?
the
I honestly don't
S&P.
know
So they
how
say,
many
well,
there are in total.
How can we hedge that? Well, the way to hedge
because there's
as
some
oil
that
pulls
use
back
the
is to add
platform
transport.
that aren't
So the
in
same
Discord.
thing comes true
but
when
I
you
can
think
tell
about
you how
the
many there
Russell.
are in
The
Discord.
Russell, one of their
let me
qualifications is you have to be a small cap stock.
Overview
Right, so
members.
that's something you have to think about. But
There are
again, they could go into multiple
2,773
different sectors,
members
and it's
in
up to
the
the
Black
board to
Box Discord
decide
server.
something that might happen going forward, depending on, if
About 2,800
Warren wins the presidency.
that are in Discord. There's
you might
like I
as
said,
well
there's a
sell
lot of people that
everything, 'cause
use
this
Black
market
Box
will
that
get
are not in
destroyed.
Discord.
Just because of her beliefs.
And there's
her
maybe
vision and what she wants to do.
I don't know, 15 people
her
that
Bernie,
talk.
take this. The markets will suffer tremendously. They are not pro-growth. They are not. They are for themselves, but nobody else. They're not. No offense, but that's just what they're saying, what they're spewing. So if you look at that and you have a shift, well, what does the current policy favor? So if it favors hurting healthcare, then let's say you and I are sitting at the board of the Russell, and it's like, man, holy crap. How can we defend this with current sentiment-based, current political sentiment? How can we defend the Russell? What do we need to put in here that will create growth and opportunity in this sector with the current political bias? Does that make sense?
Let's see. Yeah, it's. Black Box has been around for a while, and it didn't start with.
I I've just been
with
taking
Discord.
a longer
It was
look
just
at,
the platform.
at the Russell and IWM, just because it's been trailing all year, and I was just taking a longer term look at it.
All right, here, I actually posted that chart in the wrong room. Can you please draw the head and shoulder on your chart here?
I'm driving anyway, so I'll have to take a look at it later.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Somebody else was asking about head and shoulders. That's just a text. Yeah, and guys,
but yeah, like I said, we got about
listen, I don't
15
take
people or
stock.
so that talk. There's like 8
left,
mods.
right, they've all. It's not what it used to be. And
That
even back then, it was
call out plays that
And
talk
here,
through
I'll give you a
charts, that sort of
story.
thing.
You
And
guys do what you want
a few
with it.
people
I
that
just woke up and saw
that
the
have been
white.
around for a long time that
Right, here's
talk
the
on
chart
voice.
on the Russell Daily, so you can see
The
the
majority
panic
of
broke
those
out. And actually, I'm
members
sorry, that's the week.
are either just
So
following
you can see, but we're at
plays
resistance,
or
and
just
today
typing
we hit our head
questions
up
or
against
whatever.
resistance, and it's kind
The
of like,
majority of them, I
we're-
would say, don't
we're
even
trying to get through there.
they don't even talk.
But
They're
guys,
just
all right,
watching,
let me tell you a
seeing
story,
what we're
and you guys
doing,
do what you
listening
want.
what we're talking
And again,
about.
I love
that sort of
everybody
thing.
equal. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're whatever. Okay. I care how you treat people. So, what's important to me
Hate to
is
spam, but do
our
they have
time, right? We can
speakers
never
like
get that
this
back.
guy who focus on
So
different
when I decide to
sectors?
spend time
You're
with
not spamming, dude. You're just asking
which
questions,
is
and the market's
our most
closed. We can,
precious asset,
it's
when
all
I
good.
give that to someone, that is
it-
solely based
there
or
are
heavily
there are
on
a few mods that
how
kind of have their
they
areas of
treat
expertise.
other
I wouldn't say sectors. I would say
How
when you're
they
talking
treat
sectors overall, market overall,
we all
Pete's the
breathe
guy.
the
Like,
same air. Your
he's the man.
profession
He
does not
that's how he
define
looks
who
at the market.
you are as a person. Your monetary
Yeah.
fiscal status, what you drive, how much money you make, that doesn't mean shit to me. Okay? If you make $1 million a year and you turn around and you take the person out who's, the housekeeper, the gardener, the blue collar guys, the mechanic, the people that are out there really working their asses off, and just regular people like you and I, we're all the same. If you treat them with dignity and respect, I'll spend time with them. If you only treat people who have money or have status with respect and everybody else like crap, I do not have time for it. So, with that being said, the way politics are these days, you and I are all the same. We're all the same people. So, Tally, you hear me, girl? All right. So I'm going to use you as an example. I don't know what your previous job was, but what was one of your jobs that you did growing up? Something that you did for a while and you were comfortable with and you were familiar with, or you still currently do? Best Buy Mobile. All right, cool. So let's say you've been working there for 20 years, hypothetically, right? You and your husband grew up in a neighborhood. You guys had kids. Your neighbors you grew up with, you know them, they're awesome. You've been there for 25, 30 years. They had children that grew up with your children. They're great kids. They come over, they cut the lawn, they play with your kids, they help your kids wash the cars, vice versa. Your kids help their parents wash the cars, cut their lawn, gardening, hanging out in the house, kids being kids. So 25 years down the road, their kid that grew up with your kid is looking for a job that he went to school with and he specialized in. And now you're a big wig at Best Buy Mobile. You've been there for a long time. And that is, that particular child at one point who's now an adult, that's their field. That's their specialty. And they're very good at it. So what are you naturally going to do as a good person? Well, you're going to say, hey, neighbor, I love you, man. I love your kids. I've known you my whole life. Your kids have babysat my kids. You're older, things
So
like
he
that.
will
So
link this
you
back to
will stick your neck out.
Guaranteed
You will make
something
some
that has to
phone
do with the
calls.
markets.
You will write some letters of recommendation. You
I
will
joined
do
BlackBox
whatever
about
you
4 months ago,
can
and I
as
found
a
it to be the
good
best trading
person
community,
to
and I've
get
been doing
this
this for 7
person,
years. Sarah, that's
the
awesome.
child you knew that grew up
That's
with
awesome.
your kids and you all your life, a job.
Sarah, it's a good group. I mean,
Now,
we've got.
you have to draw a
It's been
fine
said
line
before, but I'll say it
in
again.
the
Like,
sand when you represent
I know all the
a
mods. I've
group.
known them
So when you're
for a while.
elected to represent a group, you can
and
no
I know the
longer
people
do
that run Black
You
Box.
can't say, "Hey, man, I know I love you, man."
I've been with them
But
since they started,
unfortunately,
and this is,
I cannot have a
I think what's
bias
rare
in my position.
about Black Box is you have a group of people
So
that actually
that
they actually care.
will never
Right?
cease
like,
to exist.
I don't
And
think there's
therefore,
anybody in there,
politics
any of the
are
mods
flawed.
that don't want to help.
Period. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Even if good people go in, they are always going to take care of themselves, their family, their
And Sarah,
friends.
I think
So when
you've seen
everybody's
it.
up
like,
in arms about shit that's happened now, this has been going on. For
there isn't
hundreds
any.
of
There isn't anybody in
Social
here
media
that
has
any of the
made it
mods,
more
any of the people that run
relevant
this
because it's
that
more in the
don't
know
genuinely
now.
want to help.
But the reality of the way the world works is power gets
Thanks,
you
Mark.
whatever you want.
Appreciate
Gets
it.
you in and out of
And
whatever.
yeah, hell yeah, dude, Maria
So,
is.
Politics are
Maria
flawed
is one
by
of my.
default because of people's
That's
natural
what I
good
aspire to be.
That's why
she's an
left,
awesome trader.
right,
and
center
Pete is an awesome trader.
will do whatever
Teresa's
they
awesome.
need to
Yeah,
do
for sure.
to help their family, help their friends out.
Teresa was
And you
one of my
guys can
original
see
Black
all
Box
the people,
Discord
all the stuff
friends.
that's coming out in the news about colleges. You don't think all these senators
When I started
and
the Black
governors and
Box
presidents,
Discord
all their
server,
kids
her
went to
and
great
I,
schools?
like,
You think all their kids were brilliant?
would go through our trades after hours and
So that's kind of smelling the
debrief
coffee a
and
little
that
bit,
sort of
waking
thing.
up, seeing the light,
It was pretty cool.
and understanding.
I joined
what's
BBS.
happening in the world.
Oh
And
my
you
gosh.
can have your left or right, and
Well,
I
before
say, a lot
Discord
of my
was
friends
there,
so
and it was really focused on
emotionally
penny
passionate
stocks,
about something that
stock alerts, low flow,
that passion supersedes
big movers.
intelligence.
There was no options
Sometimes.
flow. There was
And
no
it doesn't
nothing like
all of us.
that.
Sometimes we're
It's
so
been a
passionate
while.
about something. Like, oh man, hold on, let me stop and think. Woo, hold on, time out. Right, so.
And I've
didn't
been
mean
in
to
there
go
helping
on, a
for
10-minute
on and off for a couple of years.
conversation about that,
But I didn't actually start as a mod
for that reason,
like officially until
things will happen in the market
2 months ago or something
the
like
same way. When you look at board members,
It
and
was a
people
tough
sitting
game.
at these companies.
It was a tough game.
A lot of them, these positions are bought.
But I didn't, I
At one
just started
point
with
you wash my
options.
hands, now you got to wash your hands.
I don't.
And
2
that's
years ago or something
unfortunately
like that.
the dirty business of the way.
I was playing. I started with
politics
like
work
penny
in
stocks.
So
and,
what do we do
and
to benefit?
then low
We try to
float
keep our ear to the
bios.
ground. We understand what's
Like
going
my
on
rule was, okay, I'm not
geopolitically.
going to trade
We understand
anything
what's
that's like
going
under
on,
$2,
correlation
right?
between
And then I
various
went from
sectors
that
with
to
correlation with market
commons
rotation
in
and
bigger
sector
tickers, and then from there to
rotation,
options.
cyclicalities. Right? When we understand
No,
that and we can implement
Donka, it's not
that
a brokerage. You
as
can't trade
a
through them.
macro view, and then
It's about
take a look at the chart.
So I'll give you
use
just
that
a
as
little
a
bit. Hold on, let me
micro
mute.
view.
Because if you're in Black Box, you
you
can
guys
hear
have
Pete
heard me
anyway.
say this a million times.
He's awesome.
It does not matter how
I'm not
good
gonna
a
listen to
company
this
is
more.
in respect of leadership, earnings per share, organic revenue growth, products, processing. That none of that matters. What matters is the DNA of the company. And the DNA, in my opinion, is the stock chart. So when you look at that chart, 95% plus
Thank
of
you,
people just buy a
Lon, I
company
appreciate it.
because of
Thanks
all
for
those
subscribing.
previously mentioned things. They like the leadership.
Eventually,
they like
I'll
their
get to enough
products, they like their
subscribers
earnings per share, their
that I can
growth,
get
they
this
like
thing
all
that I
of it.
want that allows me to like
But
mix
they
in the
never look at
audio
a
however I
chart, so
want,
they're
and I
just
can
buying
add like
randomly.
a phone as a
When you
device.
look at
and
a chart, it
but
substantially increases
I got so
your
much
likelihood
money
and your
and cameras and
probabilities
lights and
of
everything else. And my wife's like, "You're not
succeeding
buying anything
in
else.
making
You don't
money."
need anything else. What do you need?
Now,
A professional studio?" I'm like,
understanding
"Yeah."
technical analysis, you implement that into the micro view of the
So
chart.
thank you. That
and
helps.
You trade based off of that. And you use your technical analysis, look at your charts, and then proper money management. And once you have that, guys,
Sarah, you and my wife
know,
would
it takes a little
probably have
fine-tuning
a
and
fun
be patient.
conversation
it
with
becomes the
me
law
as
of
the
large numbers, and you just
the
keep
target.
hitting those hits. And those hits,
because
you
as soon
know,
as
in the
you would say
beginning, when you're
something like
starting out,
that, she
you're
would be
making
like,
$100
"Oh my
bucks.
God, don't get me started!"
You
Like,
know, maybe 3-4 months later, now you're up to making $300 a trade. Now, you know, a couple months later, you're up to making $700 a trade. A couple months later, you're up to
I
making
get a little. I
$1,500.
don't. I can't do anything like
And
half.
you're still using the same
I just.
mentality.
It's not
You're
in
still
my
using
nature.
the same
So
tools. But
if
it's
I
just
decide that I
larger
want
numbers.
to
Your
do something,
portfolio
then
is
I'm
growing,
like all
so
in.
you're just putting the same
And
percentages
she,
in.
you know, she loves it, but she
You know, you
hates
got
it.
$100,000 portfolio. You're putting in, let's say, hypothetically, you're doing $1,000 a trade, and you're using, let's say, I don't know, a $300 stop or 200 or whatever you're comfortable with. You know, on a $100,000 stock, I mean, $200, that's not going to hurt you at all. I mean, you could be wrong 10 times, and you're down 2,000. You're going to be like, ah, man, suck. But I mean, how's that really, you know, going to damage your portfolio and knock you out of the business? It's not. So, guys, let me see anything else, and I've got to run. Yeah. Yep, Tally, absolutely. Yeah. All right, guys. Have a great night. I hope that's been helpful, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Pete, thanks as always, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. My pleasure.
Have a good night.
Arriving late. Arriving late.
No, I've been here the whole time. I've just been listening.
No, not you. Somebody just wrote VABP. Just arriving
Oh,
late. They lost some stuff in 5 minutes or so. Yeah. Hey, better late than never, right?
there you go.
Yeah. And here's one thing too, guys, that I want to let you know, getting up and getting all excited about this 5 minute, you know, being there at the, oh man, hold on a second. You don't have info. So sometimes, guys, sit back, enjoy your breakfast, have a cup of coffee if you drink that, or whatever it is you do, and let the chart show you something. Don't try to be the first one out of the foxhole and get blown up, right? It's like, well, let everybody else get out there, and you know, they'll lay a path for you. Because once you get to see data and you got your
Lon,
1
do
minute
you have
chart, let's say
Amazon
you're a
Prime?
scalper,
Because if
right?
so,
You're
then
like,
you
okay,
get
well,
this.
at
You
least
can
let me take a
subscribe
look
to
at the
for
first
free,
5
unless
minutes.
you
So I
already
have
gave it to
5
somebody else.
1-minute bars and see what that thing is showing me. But preferably, I would recommend, you know, give yourself at least 15 minutes minimum so you get some direction. And look at the previous, you know, look at a daily, look at a monthly, weekly, daily. So you know the macro area, and you guys have seen me
I mean,
do
I
this
appreciate it.
multiple
I don't want,
times
you
and
know,
even live the
thank
other
you
day,
very
and
much, but
then just
I just want to make sure that
consolidate
you,
and focus down to your time frame.
try to tell
but
everybody
know
that
those
comes in here,
levels,
like, hey, if
'cause
you
you're
got
gonna
Amazon
get the
Prime,
biggest moves
link it to
when
Twitch
you're at
Prime and you
monthly
can get it for
support,
free. If not, and
weekly,
you pay to subscribe, then
excuse me,
I
weekly
really
support,
appreciate the
daily
support.
When they're all there, man, everything's going to
Oh,
trigger.
okay.
And then when you could put
Gotcha.
other probabilities, you know, the 200
Well, thank
day,
you.
the 100 day, the 50 day, whatever it is, a 50% retracement, you know, when you can
And
put
when you see
those
me looking
things
over
on,
here, I'm
that's
really
telling
looking
hey,
at
what, you're
you
going to have other algorithms setting off.
because my
Algorithms
camera's
that are
over here,
programmed to
but
buy
the
at the
screen
200
where
day,
I
no
can
matter
read the
what.
chat
This
is
thing
over
pulls back
here.
to the
So when I look
200,
this way, I'm
we're in
really,
a bullish trend, uptrend,
I'm really
pulls back to
looking,
the 200,
looking at
buy
you.
it. There are algorithms out there, computers that will do that automatically. So the guy's out playing golf. He comes back. Oh, what did I get today? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, this company, I wanted to buy it at 200. It filled me. Great. So understand that, guys.
Sweet.
The
I
more
appreciate that.
probabilities you have, the higher the likelihood of you being correct are. They're increased substantially. So give yourself some time. There's no rush ever into this. The market's going to be there, you know, 10 minutes later, half an hour later, an hour later, you know, the afternoon, tomorrow, the next day. It's always here. So don't be in a rush to get hurt, right? Sit back, relax, let the market give you a clue and let the market tip its hand to you and say, hey, this is what I'm ready to do, versus you saying, well, I think you're going to do this. I hope you're going to do this. Oh, you're going to do this, and slaps you in the mouth and runs with your money. And you're like, ah, crap, you didn't do this. You know, so guys, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of money management. You know, protect your money. Don't lose your money. Protect your ass, right? Cover your ass, guys. So have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Love me some Pistol Pete knowledge dropping. I can listen to that guy. Every time I see regular barbecue guy name, it makes me hungry. Yeah. But yeah, man. Every time I listen to him, like there's times, that he says stuff that I've already heard all of it. So, I might just kind of like, sometimes I got to be told things 3 times before it really sinks in, which is fine. So, but if I hear something like, I'm like, no, I got that. Then I just kind of like tune it out and I wait for the next nugget. And, he's got so many of them that, I told him the other day, he came on, not last night, but the night before last, and he did like a 2.5-hour session here on Twitch live. And I recorded it all, and he's like, man, I'm so sorry. That went so long. It was like 2.5 hours. And I'm like, dude, don't be sorry. The time that he's willing to dedicate to help people, I think it inspires all of us to try to help everybody that we can help. This is a guy who, he's not asking for advice. He definitely understands what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's been doing it forever. And, he's willing to take the time. I think he admittedly likes to talk, which is fine. I want to listen. So, as much as you think you might know, there's always more to learn. And, when you get somebody like him that's willing to talk, it's like, okay, I want to listen. And you guys are talking about barbecue? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Sarah. And you got to be, like Pete says, right? Like, be a constant student. Don't... there's the obvious problem of... And I've mentioned this before, Lon. You probably haven't heard me mention this, but maybe you have. But Trading in the Zone is a book that I've had recommended to me, a few times. But Pete is one that recommended it as well and said, "Go read this book. Go check it out." And there's parts of the book that just talk about like, as much as you think remain a student, but don't look at a loss and go, oh my gosh, I have to learn so much more. I have to learn so much more. No, you learn from it. You keep going. And when people like Pete, who have real life, 20 years experience, worked at, managed millions of dollars and that sort of thing, like, I just listen to what they have to say. And I always pick something up. People who share secrets in this business are tough to come by, so major respect for Pete and all you guys that help. Yeah, I can't say I got any secrets because I never worked on that side of the table, right? But Pete did, and Maria did. Maria. I still call her Maria because that's what she's been since day one. But, it's just the level of experience that they have is... it's extremely valuable. And the fact that, Pete's willing to come in here and donate his time to help people, to help them get better and to help them succeed. I have a huge amount of respect for that. For sure. In fact, I've never met him in person, but I will very soon because he's coming to Denver for some training and we're going to get together. So I'm looking forward to that. And Twitch giving us the platform. Yeah. And actually, Lon, at the moment, I am streaming to Twitch. I don't know if Twitter's on right now or not, but Facebook and YouTube via Restream, which is pretty cool. But yeah, all these platforms that allow us to, collaborate and share and that sort of thing. It's definitely makes it easier. So typically, like what you just heard, Pete's taking pictures of, like, he's taking screenshots on his phone or taking pictures of his computer. He's drawing in lines. He's taking more screens and posting them. And then 2 nights ago, I got him a Zoom meeting and I recorded the whole thing and streamed it all. And you know, him and I talked about it afterwards, and it's like he covered so much content in that 2.5 hours that, you know, normally he would not have been able to, you know, cover near that much. Works for Schwab, lives in Lone Tree. So I actually live in Lone Tree. Yeah. And I love the area as well. I'm kind of in the like area where it's unincorporated Littleton, Lone Tree, not Highlands Ranch. I guess it's like right in the middle. But yeah, I love it. I love it. Hey Bender, sorry I had to renew my DL. Just got out of the DMV, jumped on when you mentioned a book. What was that? It's called Trading in the Zone. And it's, you know, the focus of the book is really about controlling your emotions. And it talks about, you know, market perception and chart perception and the perception of a company like as a whole and how to kind of control that and how to, it's really good. Oh, you're familiar. Okay, cool. Oh, you're familiar with Lone Tree. Yeah. Yeah. CFAB, grab it on Amazon. It's an awesome book. And honestly, probably the best book that I've read as it relates to trading, you know, period. And just controlling your emotions. And you know what there's a section in there that talks about, and this happened to me, and so it was super relatable. But when I first started trading, I had some really early like big wins in penny stocks, like big wins, right? Lost the majority of it, gave most of it back, but and after reading the book, it made a lot of sense as to why, which is when most traders first start, yeah, I'll have Marie on here for sure. But when most traders first start, a lot of traders, a high percentage, I think, experience some early on wins, maybe 1, 2, 3, you know, maybe 10 wins. And it's because they just look at the chart and they go, oh, it's going up. And they hear, oh, this is a great company, and they buy it. And you know, most of the time they're either just taking the advice of somebody else, or you know, playing something low float or whatever. You know, they're just playing the momentum, but they don't understand what they're looking at, right? So it makes it almost easier to just play that move. Because you don't know anything about like what studies should I have on here, and you know what indicators and that sort of thing. And so they get those early wins, and they almost feel like, oh, this is easy, and I'm invincible, and you know I can just buy something, and it, you know, just buy something in the stock market, it goes up, and I'm gonna make money. Thanks, Random. And so the book talks about that. It says when you're at your most, when you are the most vulnerable and when you have to be the most careful is when you string together a series of wins, because you start to feel like you have the advantage. Like, oh my God, I have this figured out. This is, you know, it's working. It's easy, right? And then you make some dumb trades and tend to, you know, give it back. And every trader that's been in this game for any period of time has that story. It's like, exactly, Sarah, it's the same sort of thing, right? It's like going to the casino, and I consider myself unlucky because really the first time that I played at a casino, I played with my uncle, and he gave me, I was broke, right? I wouldn't gamble $20. Like there was no way I was going to risk that. And so he gave me $100, and he's like, sit with me, play, you know, have a good time. If you lose it, that's fine. You know, I'm not worried about it. If you win and you have it back, you know, you get it back, you can just pay me back, and then you can keep the difference. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll sit with you, I'll play. We sat down, we played 3-card poker. This is actually a really good story. We played 3-card poker, and this was his game. We were waiting on a reservation list for dinner, and it wasn't quite our turn. And so we're playing 3-card poker. We sit down, and I hit like third hand, I think. I hit like trip aces. with like $45 out there or something like that. I think I won like $900. And I was like, holy shit. And I handed him the $100, right? And I had the rest and played a few more hands, and I didn't hit anything big. After dinner, I'm like, let's go sit at the table again. Like, let's go play some more. He's like, oh yeah, you're hooked now, huh? And I'm like, no, but I won. Let's go sit down. So we go sit down, and I hit it again. Like I hit like trip 2s or trip 3s or something like that. I won another like $800-900. And I went through a string of like 4 really decent sized hands where I was up like over $2,000. It was like $2,300 or something on the $100 starter. And this is actually, it's funny. I'm not going to go into detail about it, but it's the night that I met my wife, and I proceeded to give every fucking penny back to the casino. Every penny, right? And I think it's similar. Like I was a little unlucky because I was successful and hit early on, and I was like, oh, this is fun. This is a blast, right? Oh, well, if I just keep playing, I'm going to hit it again. I mean, I've already hit 3-4 hands tonight. Of course, I'm going to get something else, right? Didn't happen. Just gave it all back. I make fun of her and I say that she was the curse that caused me to lose that night, but she wasn't. But I learned from it. And then I lived in Reno for a while and really learned. But let's see. So we got here. Random blather. It's funny you're talking about that because it's exactly where I'm at. And that's when you need to be the most careful. And that was the point of that, is the book talks about that. It talks about the fact that you get a little overconfident, you get cocky, and that's when it takes it all back every time, right? Every time. You string together 4 or 5 wins, or you get lucky a couple times, and, that's when you're going to lose it. You don't protect it. Did penny stocks my first year. Thought options were something more advanced. Got into options 6 months ago. Now, yeah, CFAB. I mean, the leverage that you get with options versus buying 100 shares or something big, you got to be directionally, you got to be right to make money at them. But yeah, since playing options, again, like there's certain stocks that I buy at certain levels and I'll put, in a longer term hold type account. If I say, hey, if it ever gets back here again, I'm buying it. That stuff I'll put in a longer term holding account. But for the most part, I'm just playing options. Unless I'm playing, there are times that I play stuff after hours. Right now I'm in Disney Commons. But I probably won't even hold them overnight. It was just like, all right, this is going to run. So I picked some up. Small position, but let's see. CFAB says, blew up a $15,000 account with pennies, never again. So CFAB, you're in the group of people that already learned that lesson, right? There's a lot of people that'll watch, maybe, that'll see this, that haven't learned that lesson yet. And I can tell you I have. I was walking down the street, and this sucks to even like talk about, but if you're a member of Black Box, you may have already heard the story. I was an IT director at a law firm when this happened, and I thought I found the perfect penny stock, right? The gem, the next penny stock that's not going to be a penny stock. They're going to uplist. They're going to be worth, haven't you seen the Monster Story? The whole 9 yards. And I thought I found the next one. And I had taken gains from some previous wins, 2 or 3 wins that I had in penny stock that were decent. Turned $1,000 into, I don't know, 22,000 or something like that. And then, I think I had about $38,000 or $40,000 sitting in this account. I put it in this penny stock. I put the majority of it in there, in this penny stock. And I was walking down the street one day, and I looked at my phone. They had some news, and I looked at my phone, and I was up $340,000. And I was like, holy shit, right? It's happening. It's happening. Everything that they talked about on StockTwits, it's happening. I was so pumped, right? I was ready to like walk in and quit my job. That's how excited I was. And but I was still trying to be like, well, but it could change. And this is when the stock was at, I don't even know, 4 cents or something like that. I was already up that much. But hell, everybody said it was going to $1, right? I figured if I at least got a dime, that, I'd be retired at that point. That is not the way the stock market works. Just so anybody that's listening knows. Can it happen? Can you get really, really, really lucky? Occasionally it happens, but by and large, it's not the way it works. And it certainly didn't, because overnight that $330,000 or $40,000 turned into about 10 grand overnight. Literally the next morning, it was 3.5 cents the day before, and then the next morning it opened up and it dropped to a little over a penny, and it's not even traded now. And I was stubborn, right? I was like, oh, well, it's just a pullback, because I was reading, it's just a pullback, right? I mean, really, what's 2 cents? When you talk about 1 cent to 3 cents, and then you hear people that are like, well, it went up, thousands of percent. So, of course, it's going to, come back, and it's going to pull back. And if you put it into perspective, the pullback has been minor compared to the run up. You're going to hear lots of stuff like that. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, Sarah, I'm lucky. I consider myself lucky in that it wasn't $340,000 of my own money, right? It was house money. It sucks. It's awful, right? But it's, I consider myself lucky in that I was able to, that it was house money. I learned on house money. It still sucks. Trust me. But, when you get, and it's the same thing, like with these options, you see them go up 30%, right? And I'm taking gains. I'm like trimming them off, and I'm like, yeah, give me my 30%. I'll take it, right? And there's people that come in here and they say, I never take profit. Like we were talking about this earlier. And it's the same thing. It's like you see it and you're like, well, I could have whatever, $300, right? But if this thing goes up another $1, like, I could have $600. And then you're like, oh, I could have $1,000. Like you could, but you could lose it all at the same time. So nobody ever goes broke consistently taking 30 to 40% gains. You just, if you can do that and get consistent with it, you're going to do just fine. Basically, if you were in a coma that day, I would have never known. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a blip. It was a whoop, and then right back down. Literally in a day. And I've talked about this in detail, just in hopes that somebody that is staring at a penny stock, staring at one of these companies, thinks that they found the next, the next one that's going to break out and make it, to the big boards, as they call it. It's like somebody going pro or something. I don't know why, but I've told this story a few times for that reason, and it's because I hope somebody comes across this. The company that I invested in, the CEO was a pastor at a church, supposedly in Missouri. And, I went and did my research, and sure enough, he was at one point, he was a pastor. And the city of St. Louis gave this company some incentives to move there as part of their, trying to boost their economy. So they gave him some stock or some tax breaks and some benefits and some incentives. And, so I'm looking at this thing. They had presented at the, Space Exposium or whatever. And, potentially there was a deal with NASA in the works, and there's, it was all over the place. Like I could find articles and headlines and, pump and dump bullshit all over the place that I didn't really realize, what was going on and what I was looking at. And, at one point they had, they had taken this picture of they had 60 employees in the factory working on this one part I was like, this is the part. This is the part, right? It's always, that's the thing. It's not. It's probably not. If it were that easy, they wouldn't be a penny stock. They wouldn't be there, right? The reason companies go public is to raise money, and they're either raising money like AbbVie, right, with these secured notes, and raising money for the allergen purchase, like that makes sense. That's legitimate, right? And shows, you know, they're investing in their future, and there's great, which is why it, you know, you didn't see a $10 drop today when that headline came out. You didn't see a $10 drop last night when the news came out, when they released that information, because it makes sense, right? But when you got a company, a penny stock that isn't worth shit, and supposedly they have a deal with whoever, right? But oh my God, all of a sudden we got to sell some shares and raise some money for growth. You're not even, what are you talking about? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You should have very low overhead because you don't really have any employees, and you got this big deal that's coming through, and you're having to sell shares on the OTC to fund that deal? That doesn't make any sense, right? If you have that big deal, go to some people you know, right? Doesn't make any sense. Let's see. What do we got here? I missed some chat, I think. Mark, no, I mean, that's the big one, right? Trading in the Zone is the one that I'd like. I recommend everybody read that. And I get the Trader's Almanac every year. Let's see. Should have took 80% off that Disney and let the rest play over the weekend. Yeah, no, I mean, again, never hurts to take profit. And Sarah Hub says, when I had a salary and what I make in a day, just take the gain at $300 in 20 minutes instead of shooting for the moon, because that 300 was better than watching all day for 50, which will probably happen. Yeah? Yeah. AbbVie versus $1.20 stock raising. Yeah. Most of the penny stocks just like to pump and dump them. Yep. Nice to play options now with large cap tickers that are liquid and you can actually analyze. And CFAB, that's the thing, right? Like, you know, you can, and it cracks me up now to go back and look at charts on sub penny stocks or penny stocks, right? Like it's one thing to trade the chart like intraday based on momentum. You can do that. There are people that do that very successfully, right? They can look at 3 candles, 4 candles, and get a sense, you know, that with volume, and looking at level 2. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to have to do. But you can do it. But to look at a 2-cent stock over 2 years and figure out support and resistance, it's fucking 2 cents. Like, how does that establish anything for you? Oh, well, it's been holding a penny and a half for, 6 months. Maybe, who cares? Because nobody cares about it, right? Yeah, there might be a ton of volume. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. But, that company comes out tomorrow and says they're going bankrupt. That thing's gone. It's history, right? You just can't. So that's why I like to play options on bigger tickers, higher volume tickers that have a history of areas of support and resistance. Because a half a penny, I'm not going to consider a penny and a half that it's been holding for the last year. Like, to me, that's not really support. It's a penny and a half. Like, I just don't. I can't play that way, and I know I can't. And I think that the people that think they can hold those long term and do really well are probably the people that got lucky once or twice. So that's just my opinion. But everybody has their own, hey, you do you. If it works for you, do it. But Mr. Sykes out there that can play those, I guess, and do really well with them, that's just not my style. I don't want to have to worry about playing something and having that pastor that was supposedly a pastor and was at one time, finding news the next morning that he is no longer a pastor and got accused of molesting children. So, yeah. That's my story. Sarah, I have a whole list in an Excel spreadsheet of things that people say, and I bring up Sykes just because, there are people that you talk to, and you're like, here's what I do, and they're like, oh, like that Sykes guy. Like, no, not like that Sykes guy. Not that there's anything wrong with what he does. I don't, whatever. But it's, that's one of those, it's like, no, not quite. That's not really what I do. Hey, quit. Go lay down, dog. Go lay down. Dog's licking the green screen back here for whatever reason. Followed Lucky on stock twits. Hey, there are some people that are really good at them, Like I said, I got lucky a few times. Here in Black Box, there are a few people that trade stuff like that are good at it. I can play them when there's volume and there's movement, but just don't go, out there thinking that you found the next diamond in the rough like they will tell you. Need a new term for what I do. People always want me to teach them or advise. I'm like, I don't know, dude. Yeah. It's tough, right? I mean, I have people, friends and stuff that ask me, oh, what do you think of this one? Like, oh, I have this in my 401k. What do you think about it? I usually just pull up a chart on my phone, like long-term chart, and I'm just like, oh, well, if it gets here, sell it. if it gets here, take it. Let's see. What's the luckiest? Well, I would have said that 340k on a penny stock would have been the luckiest trade that I would have been in had I closed it out. Would have been the best. So, but it wasn't, I can't say it was a good, it wasn't a good trade. What was the best trade I've ever made? What was the best trade that I've ever made? Probably the two best. I'll give you two examples. And when I think best, it's because like I did my homework and I bought it where I wanted and it did what I wanted to on the chart. And it played out the way that, I wanted it to play out. Not wanted, but it could have gone the other way. But there were some people that were here in Black Box when I was talking about Seagate in the 30s, and I made a ton of money on that one. That was one of my better trades. I mean, I did a lot of homework on their profit and loss and their earnings and everything else. I mean, entirely too much time that I spent looking at that before I bought it, but it worked out really well. My luckiest was $8,000 on Amazon, 300 trade. Generally, the ones that make exorbitant returns aren't the best trade. Yeah. A lot of them are lucky trades. When you get those crazy returns, a lot of them are either very risky, or and you got really lucky, for sure. Yep. But that was one that I literally spent months like looking into it before. I was calling people up, like some of the people that are mods at Black Box and stuff, and then I was calling them going, buy Seagate down here, just do it. And I don't think anybody did. I don't think anybody followed me. But that I did really well on that. And AbbVie, honestly, like I said, has at least made the quarter for me, buying it down around 64. has been a really good trade. Do you have a long account that you don't? Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Can we check out a ticker interested in AAXN? Sure, Mark. I'm always down to look at a chart. AAXN at 52, Axon Enterprises. Aerospace and Defense. Yeah, I think I've played this one a couple times. So what I have down here on the bottom, I like to start with a weekly chart and see if that gives me an idea of, you know, what's going on, like where it is in regards to where it's been and that sort of thing. They make tasers and body cams, yeah. And you, well, so I like to, and I saw that you like it above 55.18, but you know, typically I try to like look at it unbiased. Like I don't want to know yet like what you think or unless you just want to, you know, say, hey, I like this one, and cool, I'll see if I like it too. But a lot of times when I ask people, hey, what do you think of this chart? I don't even tell them what I'm thinking. I just want to get their unbiased, you know, I haven't told you what I think yet, so you tell me what you think, sort of thing. So I just kind of like to look at the longer term chart, see if I can find, you know, something that lines up. There's obvious areas, you know, where it's changed direction, where it's created, you know, a top. Areas where it's found support. Again, this is the weekly chart, right? So longer term chart. This is what I do. I just kind of look at it on some different time frames and, you know, see kind of what makes sense to me. 73.59 area up here, all the way up to, you know, 76. It's like nobody thinks it's worth quite that much. It's pulled back hard a few times from there. You know, I think this line here is key, where it's, you know, it kind of struggled in here to break through, but when it did, it ran, pulled back, came down, tested that as support, ran, tried to get up through here again, you know, same area, and rejected, and then again, support. When it did finally gap below this support, and I don't know, you know, this looks like, okay, this was probably earnings is why it made this drop. But it bounced nicely. You know, it dropped for the month of November into December. Dropped just below this support here at 41.56. That was previous support. Dropped just below that, and then started making this move back up. Gapped through on earnings, gapped through that line and back down. Pulled back. And I can start to draw some lines in here to anticipate, you know, what I think might happen. But I like where it's holding up here, for sure. I think you get it, you know, if I move this up a little bit here, where it found support previously, you know, above 50, 56, 63. You know, then you start looking to potentially, you know, 58, 59, and then you could see a move. You got some resistance potentially here at 61.92 where it bounced. And then if I expand this a little bit more, let's go back to a weekly real quick. And I want to see if, let's look at, okay, what this is, yeah, let's look at this real quick with I just want to see from here to here, fib extension. Oh, that's not the fib extension I wanted. That's the wrong one. That was the time-based, which is not what I was looking for. I want this, the trend-based. See if anything lines up here. Did ER tonight and are around 58 currently. Okay. Oh yeah, 58. I see that. Yep. I hadn't even looked at that yet. So on the weekly here, you know, look where, and I mapped this from the low down here to the high up here, and it stalled and bounced right here at 618, came down, so it broke the 618, bounced here, 382, I broke through that, hit this trend line, and now you're sitting right here at 236. So now it's 58. So we're right in here, which is actually a really interesting spot that has acted previously as support. So now if I get rid of those fibs and just kind of say, okay, well, it's at 58 now. No, I don't want that. I say, okay, we were down here, and now, you know, we're at 58-ish. $58. Something like that. Oop, that is not what I wanted to do. And this is, you know, we don't know where it's going to open tomorrow, right? But I'm just kind of trying to gauge this move up here to 58. And where that puts us in perspective to the low at the bottom of this move here. We are right here, pretty close to the 168 extension. Pretty close. That's on a weekly, right? So that's kind of where I start, as I look at the weekly and see, you know, what that looks like. Again, this isn't like, you know, if you're looking longer term, you know, this is kind of what I'm looking at. Now, if I'm playing intraday, you know, then I would want to see one of those support levels tested and hold, and that's where it gets interesting for me. Again, that's weekly. So if I go to the daily, and on the daily, if we say, okay, from the low down here at 50 to 58, then on the daily, where do we see support or resistance? Does it make it to 1272 up here? Maybe. And maybe that's where you get the pullback at 59, you know, 84-ish. Maybe get a little pullback there. 2. So they're up, what, $6, almost $6 after hours. I mean, I like that it broke through that long-term resistance, right, that we had on the weekly. So that looks good. So tomorrow morning I would see how it opens and what it looks like, and at some point it's you're going to get some sort of pullback. But I'd say all in all it looks good on the chart for a run. Yeah, no problem. For PG and TMO, they are major suppliers for their industries who both happen to drop 2% on what I perceive to be non-earnings based. PG and TMO. Well, PG is just, they're at the bottom of that channel, right, on the longer term chart. Something else that, sometimes is interesting is to look at the trend. I like to use this parallel based, let's see. This parallel channel tool could be interesting. So let's say that the trend did look something like that. If I pull this down, all right. So if the channel was above this, these lines are totally parallel, right? Perfectly parallel. Let's see if that holds. Let's see if the bottom of this channel holds. And this is the chart, similar to the chart that I put up, that Pete drew, right? Let's see if the bottom of this channel will hold. And yeah, this is not, it went up after earnings or stayed, flat or whatever. So, probably not earnings-based news. A lot of this move may be technical, which I prefer over anything else. If you can look at the chart and go, okay, well, we had this little drop, but then it found support at the bottom of this channel, then you have something. You have some, purely technical, to go off of. And you can see where this has been support. It broke through, came to the bottom of this channel, became support, came to the top of this channel, that was resistance, came back down, now it's support. Yeah, you would expect, or look for this support to hold. Thanks, Mark. So yeah, this could be a technical move here that it's making. So which is why Pete's in this, he's in PG. I followed him into it. I'm in it as well for that reason. Looking for this to act as support. Also happens to be, now let's see if we draw. And usually my lines end up matching up pretty close with the auto fibs here. But if we go from the low down here, where it got this nice move up to the top of that move and back down, and they pretty closely coincide. So it came down and bounced right off S1, and now potentially, making a move back to the upside, to the top of this channel or near it. I would start looking at, this. So it's at what, 119? 119.60, so potentially like a 123-ish to start looking to see if it rejects up in here. Because you might get some chop in here, but yeah. That's what it looks like to me. Dude, can you go somewhere? Do something. Please. My dog is just sitting here staring at me. He's been outside. And he's usually pretty good, but I think he's bored. Come here. You want to say hi? Come here. Static. Full of static. Here's the dog. Yeah. So if you heard me talk to my wife earlier when she came in, I was like, can we get like an anti-static collar? Because he walks around the office and like my monitors flicker and stuff because he's just a giant like rug. Yeah, he's like a year and a half old. Less than that. I guess he's about 14 months. Yeah. Now, can you please go find something to do? Go find something to do. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, Mark, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing. Pooper, I just very sorry, Sarah. Get him a bully stick. Yeah, we do the bully sticks. I don't want to spoil him with them, but we don't give him anything else. Like that's pretty much the only treats that he gets. Occasional, milk bone and bully sticks, but no rawhides or anything like that. Hope you get paid from the Twitch Prime subscription. Don't use Twitch for anyone else, so I'll give you that. Hey, Mark, I will. Thank you. Yeah, they give me, I think for anybody that subscribes to Twitch Prime, I get like, I don't know, $2.50 a month, I think is what I get. So, hey, it adds up. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And Sarah, we had dogs for a long time, but then when we had kids, we hadn't had pets for, I don't even know. We had fish for a while until we moved and I sold the fish tank. But we didn't have any four-legged pets for a while until about a year ago. My daughter talked me into a cat. Yeah, a cat. And then we got this dog from my sister-in-law about, I guess we've had him about 5 months or so. And she has lots of dogs. She runs a canine drug and bomb detection company. And so she has a lot of dogs. And she shows dogs and, has done all the competitive jumping and field competitions and things like that. Can't handle inside bathroom use with a cat. Sarah, the only thing about a cat is they come potty trained, which was kind of cool, right? It's like you just give them like an enclosed litter box. You don't see it, and the kids clean it out, once a week or something like that. So it's kind of nice because you don't have to there's no stepping in anything when you're out in the yard. So it's convenient, but cats don't really give a shit about what you want them to do or anything else. They don't care. So, and especially our cat. She's like some special kind of cat that's super crazy. Yeah, I've got two of them. I don't know if I'd call them helpers. It's almost more work to get them to do it than it is to just do it yourself. But, the little lessons. Mark, I snowboard. I haven't skied since I was about 15. So yeah, I snowboard. My son snowboards. I have a daughter that skis and my wife skis. So we're split half and half. My daughter will probably convert eventually. Never summer. Yeah, that is one board I haven't had. There's one of them that I want, but yeah, I haven't owned one. A buddy of mine worked for Flow, and so for a while I rode Flow Bindings, Flow board. Right now I have a Yes, company called Yes, that I love. It's an awesome board, but Never Summer boards are like, they're awesome. Awesome. A little expensive, for a snowboard that I'm going to beat the crap out of. And they look really good. Like they paint them, the designs, they're awesome. They're made here. I love them. I love everything about them, but man, I'm rough on snowboards. Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it. I will say, go look at the Yes Standard. It is freaking awesome. It's not fancy. It's not painted like that or whatever, but it's such a nice board. Best board that I've owned by far. Lon, I can't even, I can't even like comment about skis because I don't really know much about skis. I got one buddy that skis, and I really don't know anything about them. So Mark, when I worked at Microsoft, we had the Stay Fit benefit, which was like you could take, I can't remember what it was, like $600 or $800. I think it was $800 a year, and you could go spend it on, anything like that kept you active. So like people would buy a bike, or for a while people were buying, they were paying for tee times with it, and then they nixed that. They said, no, you can't go play golf with your Stay Fit money. But my thing was I would buy a snowboard, like new gear for snowboarding with the Stay Fit money, and that was okay. They'd let you do that. You can buy, pay for part of your season pass or your whole season pass or whatever with Stay Fit. So that's what I always used it for. Epic Pass, I'm not an Epic Pass guy. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I was saying earlier, I go to Winter Park because I hate traffic on I-70 on the weekends. And I used to like snowboard. I used to avoid the weekends. I would only snowboard like Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then it didn't matter. I could go anywhere because there was no traffic. But now I'm pretty much stuck to Saturdays and Sundays. So I don't want to go through Eisenhower Tunnel. Any suggestions on how to learn about stock investing, like YouTube channels or sites? Well, you can tune in here. You can watch the videos that I've recorded. There's a lot of information, there with me going through charts and drawing, support and resistance. That's the big thing. Learn about support and resistance. Like it seems so simple, but get a feel for it and how to draw it and what to look for. And it doesn't hurt to like go look up. There's like 13 of the, most common chart patterns. Go look that up. Try to get a sense of that kind of stuff. Those are good places to start. When people ask me like, how do I learn how to do this? It's like, well, you got to learn how to like map out a chart. It all starts with support and resistance. Like go learn how to do that. My YouTube channel has a lot of videos too on there. But those are good places to start. And practice. Paper trade. Set up a paper trading account, and don't trade a single real dollar until you feel comfortable making trades in your paper trading account. And you have to be in a position mentally where you feel like your paper trading account is real. So give yourself some sort of reward or consequence for making, like, not a loss, because losses happen, right? That doesn't mean you made a bad trade just because you took a loss. Focus on making good trades, good entries and exits, like you planned it out. Okay, I was patient, I waited, it got here, I bought it. It either did what I wanted or it didn't. And if it didn't, then I got out. And if it did, then I made money. So just focus on good entries and exits on paper until you're comfortable with that. I've only been to Keystone and A-Basin out there. A-Basin's cool. It's small, but it's cool. It's definitely like a local spot. Keystone I've been to a couple times. I like it, but I don't get there very often. Like my favorites that are closer are definitely Winter Park, Copper. I like Loveland when it snows. And then if it's really gonna dump, like I make the drive and go to Steamboat. Let's see. That's awesome. About to get a job at Microsoft just for that. For the Stay Fit. No. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It wasn't for me. It's not a bad place to work, honestly. I like the company. It depends on what you do and who you work for, but my problem is that I was in IT for so long that I'm a technical person who moved into sales, and I enjoyed it. But the majority of the salespeople out there, and I hate to say this, and I'm sorry for saying this, but the majority of the people that are out there in technical sales organizations or roles, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're talking about because they've never had to do it. They've never been in the seat. They've never had to, manage an environment, deploy that stuff, like configure it. And so they don't get it. They don't, they're reading off a battle card, or, they're listening at a conference to here's why you should buy our product, right? That's not why you should. Like, if you don't know what it is and what it does and how it works, like, you're just making shit up. You're just regurgitating. And that, frustrated the hell out of me. So, when I'm at Microsoft and I hear about some new feature or new offering or something, and I'm like, this is really cool. Like, we should really be paying attention to this. We should be out there talking about this. And no one even has a clue what I'm talking about. They're like, what the hell is that? Right? And it's like, I get that, and I'm okay with that, and I'm happy to help you understand what it is, but they just didn't care. They just didn't pay any attention to, and I'm still wearing a damn Azure hat, but they wouldn't pay any attention to what it was that I was saying. That it would just get dismissed. Like, oh, well, that's not, what we're getting paid incentives on, this quarter. And it's like, yeah, but this is what we should be talking about. This is what's exciting. This is what's interesting. And so I just couldn't do it anymore. I did it for a couple different companies, and I won't name them all, but none of them wanted to pay any attention to, the fact that I was telling them, like, here's what we should be doing. Here's where we should be focused. This is what's cool. This is what's exciting. This is what's going to propel us to be more successful and set us up for the future. And they just didn't want to pay attention. That's why we're traders and they're stuck in the 9 to 5. Exactly. Thinking outside the box, right? You tell me I can't do something, I'm going to go figure out how to do it. So. Yeah, Mark, exactly. And, I get the, in sales, it's a grind. It's like, they tell you what you got to focus on. Like, this is what we're going to push this month, right? Well, why? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't want to push that. It's not interesting. It's not exciting. It's the same old shit. Same old recycled garbage, just in a different way, right? No. Okay, we're not going to go talk about what's cool and what can really help people because 90% of the company, the sales force, doesn't get it. They don't understand it, and they can't go talk about it. And there's some people that might see this, that are friends of mine, that are still in that industry, and this is no surprise to them that this is the way that I talk, because they've heard it all before. So, you know who you are. And if we're still friends, it's probably because you're a really good salesperson. The rest of the people choose to. They probably don't talk to me anymore because I say enough of that stuff and they realize it's kind of directed at them and they're like, yeah, I don't want to hear that anymore. So, but I won't stop. I still talk about it because it drives me crazy. I used to be on the other side of the table. I was on the customer side, and I'd have salespeople that come in and they're trying to tell me about stuff, right? And they're trying to like, oh, this is the greatest product ever. And I'm like, cool, why? And they couldn't, because it's 3,000 IOPS in it, okay, what's it going to do for me? How's that going to help me, right? And I understand it better than they do, but I, just test them, and they don't have a clue what they're talking about. Let's see. Dropped out of my sophomore year of college studying finance, knowing this would be a better use of my time. It's definitely, you learn this skill, you pick it up, and it's definitely something that, even if you're one of those people that, tries it for a while and gets to know it and learns it and decides, and maybe it's just not for me. There's still skills that are going to help you. This is stuff that long-term value in learning about it. Even if you're not going to be a full-time day trader, still a lot of value in learning it. You're studying well, I didn't attack anybody studying accounting or finance, but maybe Mark did. I don't know. No, I wish I had a background in that kind of stuff. I think reading some of the stuff that I read that comes out in the headlines would be easier to understand. And I probably have a better understanding of things as a whole. It's all bullshit. It was kind of sarcastic towards Mark. I figured. Outlaw. It's all good. I was in full-time job learning this on their dime for 5 years prior to going full-time. Companies still had the time to do it. It shows how much work I had to do. Yeah. Nice. Are you kidding me, dog? Just walked by and another monitor just flickered off, flickered back. It's scaring the shit out of me. And I'm gonna turn this off. You check this out. I had set this all up for this guest that was gonna join today, and if you're listening to this, I'd set this up for you, and you didn't even come. So tomorrow, you better be here. Well, you don't even know because they didn't come. I didn't get to use it. I can't tell you. You have to find out tomorrow, because we rescheduled for tomorrow. But I spent a little time making the little transition happen. I was trying to make it all fun, and you didn't even come. But I understand why. So no hard feelings. I'll see you tomorrow for sure. I'll tell you, Mark, I never went to college, and I don't think it would have worked for me. I was in the military. I did 4 years in the Air Force. Barely made it through that because I'm not a, rule follower. And they wanted me to follow all those rules, and there was a lot of hard rules, and I wasn't very good at following them. So, but I did make it through. Barely. Yeah, it's never been my style. Never been my style. I didn't go to college. I did, I think I want to say I'm like 12 credits short of a bachelor's that was done mostly online. Did University of Phoenix and then WGU. IT related stuff. And I got to a certain test that I was like, I'm not doing this class. This has nothing to do and will not benefit me in any way in my career. I'm not doing it. So stupid, right? But I was stubborn. But I was like, nope, not doing it. Not worth it. And I still got a job at Microsoft with no college degree and a GED. Good enough diploma. I got one of those. So, I think the college requirement that a lot of companies have, especially in like a technical role or a sales role, it's like, why? I mean, I get it, right? You got to filter things out somehow, but That's the only thing that the Air Force was good for me was, having that direction, and you don't have a choice. They don't really give you much of a choice. So it's like, okay, this is what you're doing at this time, which was good for me. So, is there a Discord? I don't know if you guys, the Outlaw, if you're talking about something else, but I've got a Discord. You just stumbled onto this screen today. Mark, who you're referring to? I am with Black Box. Yeah, Sarah, that's ridiculous. I think, personally. But if you know somebody, usually you can bypass that, right? And in my case, I did. So, oh, you're talking to Outlaw. You came to the right place. Outlaw, I think there's a couple others maybe that do. But a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to the folks at Black Box. I'm like, I really want to do this. I want to go live and just talk to people and see if I can help. Hey, Mark, plug away. Plug away. I throw plenty of them in there. If you have Amazon Prime, you get Twitch Prime for free. If you have Twitch Prime, you can subscribe to my channel for free. See, there's another shameless plug. A lot of the people that are in here chatting have already done that, so I appreciate that. I see all the purple stars there. In Black Box, yeah, for sure. At least 10, yeah. And honestly, this team of mods at Black Box is the best team that I like. They're the coolest team that I've worked with ever. And I've known these people for, most of them for quite a while, and they're friends. It's, the mods group they're awesome. And Outlaw, if it's something that you're really interested in, we do trial weeks quite often where you can come in and try it for a week and see what you think. And for anybody else that's listening that's not in Black Box, if that's something you are interested in, let me know and I can get you set up. I do have a Discord server that is not the Black Box server. I'll post, and actually you can, I think that invite is broken, so let me get an invite for that in case anybody wants to join that server. When you're ready, you can DM me and I can get you hooked up. There you go. And yeah, enjoy college if you're liking it. Enjoy it. Let's see, I've already said this, but Outlaw, I've been part of many online trading communities, and Black Box is the only one I've found that's legitimate and genuine. Sarah, I totally agree. Or I wouldn't be here. Like I said, I just started with them a couple weeks ago, like actually working with Black Box. Everything that I did up until now was like just because I liked them. Like when I set up the Discord server, it was just because I liked them, and I was like, this group is awesome, and I want to be able to communicate with you guys easier, and I think everybody else does too. So I set up the Discord server, and we had a bunch of people that hopped into it, and it's grown into 3,000 people in Discord. It's awesome. CFAB, on and off, 7-8 years. This is the second time that I've gone full-time trading. The last time that I went full-time trading, I did fine. I did well, but got a job offer that I couldn't pass up. And it was actually the Microsoft job that I thought I really, really wanted. So
What did you have to do to become a mod? And I don't know. Like I said, I've been with them for a long time. I was calling out my plays for a long time in Black Box, just saying, hey, here's what I'm doing, right? And had some, quite a few consistent big winners, and I don't know. I'm always there, and I've done everything that I can to help, and I think that's what they look for. I know that's what they look for. They look for people that have some experience with this and can help people, but I think more importantly is, they look for the people that are out there trying to help, that are willing to answer questions, that are willing to, and there's some people in Black Box that, have struggled, that have had a tough time, that, I send them a DM and say, hey, let's talk about your trades before you make them. Let's go through them. And if you can't talk me into it, then don't take the trade. If you can, I'll take it with you. I think that kind of attitude that's what they look for. And that's why they have the mods that they do, because the mods that we have generally want to help. Interview and show, well, CFAB, it's like, no, I didn't have to interview and show proof because I've been in contact with them for so long. They don't just hire random people. It's like people that have been in the community that are, it's you've shown dedication and proof, and, they kind of come to you and they say, hey, we want you to be a mod. Let's see. I think that's it. I don't see any other new questions. But yeah, CFAB, hopefully that answers your question. Like, I've been with them for years before being a mod with them. Yeah, CFAB, I agree. And that's why I come in here every day, because it's like I love getting other people's perspective on things, and what they think of a ticker or a chart or whatever. I getting everybody's ideas on it, it's super helpful. Yeah. Well, we'll have to put that image together, like everybody in their character or something. I don't know. Get Tally on it, right? Tally can make that image. Map us all to a character. Yeah, it's just I haven't done anything to look into day trading. All my research and whatnot has gone into long-term investing, just because I don't have the time as a student. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the time, you don't have the time. And if you haven't looked into it, I wouldn't, hey, I'll be the first to tell you, like, if you're starting from scratch and you don't have the time to look into day trading, then, I probably wouldn't take a leap off and start, paying for services and things like that. Like, I don't know how much sense that would make. I think for the monthly fee of what, Black Box costs, the resources are phenomenal, but you have to be able to take advantage of them. And I'd say that,
there are people that subscribe to the service and then just use it for like the Twitter alerts and things like that, or they're listening in on an earphone on Discord on their phone while they're at work or whatever. But typically they kind of already have an idea of what they're doing. So they don't need to spend as much time, listening and learning and that sort of thing. So I think it's tough, but it's $100 a month. So, I think when you have the time and you can take the time to learn it, then the resources are phenomenal. For now, I'd say, go through the videos that I've posted and, you'll get a good sense of what's going on, just with that. And I'll be here streaming on Twitch whenever I can. It's educated gambling at its finest. Yeah, it kind of is. I say it's not, it is. It's educated gambling. It's like, we're just trying to put probabilities in our favor, but it's still, you still don't know what's going to happen. PGE has been crazy. Are you talking about PCG, PG&E? Let's see. And I can't believe we're now 2 hours and 40 minutes after the market closed, and there's still 20-some people on Twitch that are viewing. I mean, it's a small number, right? I like this group, though. I got to say that, PCG has been pretty crazy. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been on a few other Twitch channels, and I think this is the most educated conversation that I've seen on Twitch. Not to say anything about anybody else that's streaming on Twitch, but I literally saw a guy, and I brought this up the other day, who had 6,000 people watching him scroll through TikTok videos on his phone. That's all he was doing. I don't get it. Yeah, Mark. I'm game. And hell, just to hang out. Hey, TikTok might be great, but it blew my mind that there was that many people that were watching somebody. I mean, literally, I can do the same thing right now. This guy was like, he's looking at his phone. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure I can do the same thing. And if this gets people, if this is 6,000 views here, I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, there's my phone. Okay, here, I'm going to play Clash because this is what my kid likes me to play with him. And 6,000 people come watch? Okay. That's all it takes. Cracks me up. Yeah, Mark, sounds good. So I suppose you never know if a headline. Yeah, Sarah, I agree. Like, it is, there's still risk involved, right? Because you don't know about that next headline or whatever. But like you said, it's, we're lining up probabilities. This isn't just, just throw some money out there and see. No, we're doing what we can to see how everything lines up to try to put as many of the probabilities in our favor as we possibly can. And I think the people that, that think that it's just a gamble, it's just because they don't understand it. They haven't done it, or they don't, because to them it is a gamble. They don't know what we're looking at. I mean, I've got people that watch my videos on YouTube that are friends and family, right? And they do it like to support me, to try to get some more traffic and help me. And they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just like lines and mumble, right? Did I ever trade futures? I traded S&P E-minis after penny stocks for a while. Yeah, I traded, I used NinjaTrader and traded E-minis for a while. Support and resistance, trends. No, you're not really focused on company news. You're still focused on headlines, but not really. And not for any reason. Just the main reason is there's only so much that I can keep my eyes on and try to focus on at a time. And I'm already I've only been doing this stream for a couple of weeks, and I mentioned this today, but this past week is probably the least amount of plays that I've ever called in Discord on Black Box, because I'm still trying to figure out, I have so much crap going on that I'm trying to figure out, okay, how do I balance answering questions, looking at charts, trying to keep people engaged so they'll come watch, helping people out in Discord. That's, the first priority in Discord and in Black Box. I just feel like I have a lot going on. So, and it's been that way, it feels like it's been that way for a while, not just since the live stream, just that there's been so much that it's okay, I got to put my focus, kind of try to keep it in one place. So I don't really, I do have a futures account set up. From time to time I will, but yeah. All right. Well, it is almost 5 o'clock here, so I'm gonna shut this down. I can hear kids and dishes downstairs, so I feel like I should probably go help. Maybe. Not that I necessarily want to go make dinner, but I should probably go help. So I appreciate everybody that was here hanging out, chatting, everybody that subscribed. Thank you. Thanks for the support. And I plan on being here tomorrow before the bell. I'm usually on, about 10 minutes or so before the bell. 100% Friday. Got to find something to play, right? Yeah.